Dear people watching and listening, Assalamu alaikum. Kindly like and share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. The Road to Mecca by Muhammad Asad. To purchase this book, kindly check the links in the description. Start of Chapter 7 Midway Section 1 We have left Hail and are riding toward Medina. Now 3 riders, for one of Ibn Musad's men, Mansur al-Asaf, is accompanying us part of the way on an errand of the Emir. Mansur is so handsome that if he were to appear on the streets of a western city, all the women would turn to look after him. He is very tall, with a strong virile face and amazingly even features. His skin is whitish-brown, an infallible mark of good birth among Arabs, and a pair of black eyes survey the world keenly from beneath well-shaped brows. There is nothing in him of Zad's delicacy or of Zad's quiet detachment. The lines of his face speak of violent, if controlled, passions and lend to his appearance an aura of somberness, quite unlike the serene gravity of my Shamar friend. But Mansur, like Zad, has seen a lot of the world and makes a pleasant companion. In the grey and yellow pebbly soil that has now replaced the sands of the Nufud, we can descry the little animal life that fills it. Tiny grey lizards zigzag between our camels' feet at an incredible speed, take refuge under a thorny shrub, and watch our passing with blazing eyes. Little grey field mice with bushy tails, resembling squirrels, and their cousins the marmots, whose flesh is highly esteemed by the Bedouins of Najd, and is indeed one of the tenderest delicacies I have ever tasted. There is also the foot-long edible lizard called tub, which thrives on the roots of plants and tastes like a cross between chicken and fish. Black four-legged beetles the size of a small hen's egg can be observed as they roll with touching patience a ball of dry camel dung, pushing it backward with strong hind legs, while the body leans on the forelegs. They roll the precious find painfully toward their homes, fall on their backs if a pebble happens to obstruct their path, turn over with difficulty on their legs again, roll their possession a few inches farther, fall again, get up again and work tirelessly. Sometimes a grey hare jumps away in long leaps from beneath grey bushes. Once we see gazelles, but too distant to shoot. They disappear in the blue-grey shadows between 2 hills. Tell me, O Muhammad, asks Mansur, how did it happen that thou hast come to live among the Arabs? And how didst thou come to embrace Islam? I will tell thee how it happened, interposes Zad. First he fell in love with the Arabs, and then with their faith. Isn't it true, O my uncle? What Zad says is true, O Mansur. Many years ago, when I first came to Arab lands, I was attracted by the way you people lived, and when I began to ask myself what you taught and what you believed in, I came to know about Islam. And didst thou, O Muhammad, find all at once that Islam was the true word of God? Well, no, this did not come about so quickly. For one thing, I did not then believe that God had ever spoken directly to man, or that the books which men claimed to be his word were anything but the works of wise men. Mansur stares at me with utter incredulity. How could that be, O Muhammad? Didst thou not even believe in the scriptures which Moses brought, or the gospel of Jesus? But I have always thought that the peoples of the West believe at least in them. Some do, O Mansur, and others do not. I was one of those others. and I explained to him that many people in the West have long ceased to regard the scriptures, their own as well as those of others, as true revelations of God, but see in them rather the history of man's religious aspirations as they have evolved over the ages. But this view of mine was shaken as soon as I came to know something of Islam, I add. I came to know about it when I found that the Muslims lived in a way quite different from what the Europeans thought should be man's way, and every time I learned something more about the teachings of Islam, I seemed to discover something that I had always known without knowing it. And so I go on, telling Mansour of my first journey to the Near East, of how in the desert of Sinai I had my first impression of the Arabs, of what I saw and felt in Palestine, Egypt, Transjordan, and Syria, of how in Damascus I had my first premonition that a new, hitherto unsuspected way to truth was slowly unfolding before me, and how, after visiting Turkey, I returned to Europe and found it difficult to live again in the Western world. For on the one hand, I was eager to gain a deeper understanding of the strange uneasiness which my first acquaintance with the Arabs and their culture had produced in me, hoping that it would help me better understand what I myself expected of life. And on the other hand, I had reached the point where it was becoming clear to me that never again would I be able to identify myself with the aims of Western society. In the spring of 1924, the Frankfurter Zeitung sent me out on my second journey to the Middle East. The book describing my previous travels had at last been completed. It was published a few months after my departure under the title Unromantisches Morgenland, by which I meant to convey that it was not a book about a romantic, exotic outward picture of the Muslim East, but rather an endeavor to penetrate to its day-by-day realities. Although its anti-Zionist attitude and unusual predilection for the Arabs caused something of a flutter in the German press, I am afraid it did not sell very well. Once again I crossed the Mediterranean and saw the coast of Egypt before me. The railway journey from Port Said to Cairo was like turning the leaves of a familiar book. Between the Suez Canal and Lake Manzella, the Egyptian afternoon unfolded itself. Wild ducks swam in the water, and tamarisks shook their finely scalloped branches. Villages grew up out of the plain, which was at first sandy and sparsely covered with vegetation. Dark water buffaloes, often coupled with camels, were drawing plows with lazy limps through the spring soil. As we turned westward from the Suez Canal, Egyptian green enveloped us. When I saw once again the slim, tall women who were swaying in indescribable rhythm, striding over the fields and carrying pitchers free on their heads with arms outstretched, I thought to myself, nothing in the whole world, neither the most perfect automobile, nor the proudest bridge, nor the most thoughtful book, can replace this grace which has been lost in the West, and is already threatened in the East. This grace, which is nothing but an expression of the magic consonance between a human being's self and the world that surrounds him. This time I traveled first class. In the compartment there were only two passengers besides me, a Greek businessman from Alexandria who, with the ease so characteristic of all Levantines, soon involved me in an animated conversation and supplied witty observations on all we saw, and an Egyptian Umda, a village headman, who, judging from his costly silk kaftan and the thick gold watch chain that protruded from his sash, was obviously rich but seemed content to remain entirely uneducated. In fact, almost as soon as he joined our conversation, he readily admitted that he could neither read nor write. Nevertheless, he also displayed a sharp common sense and frequently crossed swords with the Greek. We were talking, I remember, about some of the social principles in Islam which at that time strongly occupied my thoughts. My Greek fellow traveler did not entirely agree with my admiration of the social equity in the law of Islam. It is not as equitable as you seem to think, my dear friend. And, changing from the French, into which we had lapsed, into Arabic again for the benefit of our Egyptian companion, he now turned to him. You people say that your religion is so equitable. Couldst thou perhaps then tell us why it is that Islam allows Muslim men to marry Christian or Jewish girls, but does not allow your daughters and sisters to marry a Christian or Jew? Dost thou call this justice, huh? I do indeed, replied the portly Umda without a moment's hesitation. And I shall tell thee why our religious law has been thus laid down. We Muslims do not believe that Jesus, may peace and God's blessing be upon him, was God's son, but we do consider him as we consider Moses and Abraham and all the other prophets of the Bible, a true prophet of God, all of them having been sent to mankind in the same way as the last prophet, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. May God bless him and give him peace, was sent. And so, if a Jewish or Christian girl marries a Muslim, she may rest assured that none of the persons who are holy to her will ever be spoken of irreverently among her new family. While on the other hand, should a Muslim girl marry a non-Muslim, it is certain that he whom she regards as God's messenger will be abused, and perhaps even by her own children. For do not children usually follow their father's faith? Dost thou think it would be fair to expose her to such pain and humiliation? The Greek had no answer to this except an embarrassed shrug of his shoulders. But to me it seemed that the simple illiterate Umda had, with that common sense so peculiar to his race, touched the kernel of a very important problem. And once again, as with that old Haji in Jerusalem, I felt that a new door to Islam was being opened to me. In accordance with my changed financial circumstances, I was now able to live in Cairo in a style which would have been unthinkable a few months earlier. I no longer needed to count pennies. The days when during my first stay in the city, I had to subsist on bread. The days when during my first stay in this city, I had to subsist on bread, olives and milk were forgotten. But in one respect I kept faith with the traditions of my past. Instead of putting up in one of the fashionable quarters of Cairo, I rented rooms in the house of my old friend, the fat woman from Trieste, who received me with open arms and a motherly kiss on both cheeks. On the third day after my arrival at sunset, I heard the muffled sound of cannon from the citadel. At the same moment a circle of light sprang up on the highest galleries of the two minarets that flanked the citadel mosque, and all the minarets of all the mosques in the city took up that illumination and repeated it. On every minaret a similar circle of lights. Through old Cairo there went a strange movement. Quicker and at the same time more festive became the step of the people, louder the polyphonous noise in the streets. You could sense and almost hear a new tension quiver at all corners. And all this happened because the new crescent moon announced a new month, for the Islamic calendar goes by lunar months and years, and that month was Ramadan, the most solemn month of the Islamic year. It commemorates the time, more than 1300 years ago, when, according to tradition, Muhammad received the first revelation of the Quran. Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Strict fasting is expected of every Muslim during this month. Men and women, save those who are ill, are forbidden to take food or drink, and even to smoke from the moment when the first streak of light on the eastern horizon announces the coming dawn, until sunset for 30 days. During these 30 days, the people of Cairo went around with glowing eyes, as if elevated to holy regions. In the 30 nights, you heard cannon fire, singing and cries of joy, while all the mosques glowed with light until daybreak. Twofold, I learned, is the purpose of this month of fasting. One has to abstain from food and drink in order to feel in one's own body what the poor and hungry feel. Thus, social responsibility is being hammered into human consciousness as a religious postulate. The other purpose of fasting during Ramadan is self-discipline, an aspect of individual morality strongly accentuated in all Islamic teachings, as for instance in the total prohibition of all intoxicants, which Islam regards as too easy an avenue of escape from consciousness and responsibility. In these two elements, brotherhood of man and individual self-discipline, I began to discern the outlines of Islam's ethical outlook. In my endeavor to gain a fuller picture of what Islam really meant and stood for, I derived great benefit from the explanations which some of my Cairene Muslim friends were able to provide me. Outstanding among them was Sheikh Mustafa al-Maraghi, one of the most prominent Islamic scholars of the time, and certainly the most brilliant among the ulama of Al-Azhar University. He was destined to become its rector some years later. He must have been in his middle 40s at that time, but his stocky muscular body had the alertness and vivacity of a 20-year-old. In spite of his erudition and gravity, his sense of humor never left him. A pupil of the great Egyptian reformer Muhammad Asad, and having associated in his youth with that inspiring firebrand, Jamal ad-Din al-Afghani, Sheikh al-Maraghi was himself a keen critical thinker. He never failed to impress upon me that the Muslims of recent times had fallen very short, indeed, of the ideals of their faith, and that nothing could be more erroneous than to measure the potentialities of Muhammad's message by the yardstick of present-day Muslim life and thought. Just as, he said, it would be erroneous to see in the Christians' unloving behavior toward one another a refutation of Christ's message of love. With this warning, Sheikh al-Maraghi introduced me to Al-Azhar. Out of the crowded bustle of Muski Street, Cairo's oldest shopping center, we reached a small out-of-the-way square, one of its sides occupied by the broad, straight front of the Azhar Mosque. Through a double gate and a shadowy forecourt we entered the courtyard of the mosque proper, a large quadrangle surrounded by ancient arcades. Students dressed in long, dark jubbas and white turbans were sitting on straw mats and reading with low voices from their books and manuscripts. The lectures were given in the huge covered mosque hall beyond. Several teachers sat, also on straw mats, under the pillars which crossed the hall in long rows, and in a semicircle before each teacher crouched a group of students. The lecturer never raised his voice, so that it obviously required great attention and concentration not to miss any of his words. One should have thought that such absorption would be conducive to real scholarship, but Sheikh al-Maraghi soon shattered my illusions. "Dost thou see those scholars over there?" he asked me. "They are like those sacred cows in India which I am told eat up all the printed paper they can find in the streets. Yes, they gobbled up all the printed pages from books that have been written centuries ago, but they do not digest them. They no longer think for themselves. They read and repeat, and the students who listen to them learn only to read and repeat, generation after generation." "But, Sheikh Mustafa," I interposed, "Al-Azhar is after all the central seat of Islamic learning, and the oldest university in the world. One encounters its name on nearly every page of Muslim cultural history. What about all the great thinkers, the theologians, historians, philosophers, mathematicians it has produced over the last 10 centuries? It stopped producing them several centuries ago, he replied ruefully. Well, perhaps not quite. Here and there an independent thinker has somehow managed to emerge from Al-Azhar even in recent times. But on the whole, Al-Azhar has lapsed into the sterility from which the whole Muslim world is suffering, and its old impetus is all but extinguished. Those ancient Islamic thinkers whom thou hast mentioned would never have dreamed that after so many centuries their thoughts, instead of being continued and developed, would only be repeated over and over again, as if they were ultimate and infallible truths. If there is to be any change for the better, thinking must be encouraged instead of the present thought imitation. Sheikh al-Madaghi's trenchant characterization of Al-Azhar helped me to realize one of the deepest causes of the cultural decay that stared one in the face everywhere in the Muslim world. Was not the scholastic petrification of this ancient university mirrored, in varying degrees, in the social sterility of the Muslim present? Was not the counterpart of this intellectual stagnation to be found in the passive, almost indolent, acceptance by so many Muslims of the unnecessary poverty in which they lived, of their mute toleration of the many social wrongs to which they were subjected? And was it any wonder then, I asked myself, that fortified by such tangible evidences of Muslim decay, so many erroneous views about Islam itself were prevalent throughout the West? These popular Western views could be summarized thus. The downfall of the Muslims is mainly due to Islam, which, far from being a religious ideology, comparable to Christianity or Judaism, is a rather unholy mixture of desert fanaticism, gross sensuality, superstition, and dumb fatalism that prevents its adherents from participating in mankind's advance toward higher social forms. Instead of liberating the human spirit from the shackles of obscurantism, Islam rather tightens them, and consequently, the sooner the Muslim peoples are freed from their subservience to Islamic beliefs and social practices, and induced to adopt the Western way of life, the better for them and for the rest of the world. My own observations had by now convinced me that the mind of the average Westerner held an utterly distorted image of Islam. What I saw in the pages of the Quran was not a crudely materialistic worldview, but on the contrary, an intense God consciousness that expressed itself in a rational acceptance of all God-created nature, a harmonious side-by-side of intellect and sensual surge, spiritual need and social demand. It was obvious to me that the decline of the Muslims was not due to any shortcomings in Islam, but rather to their own failure to live up to it. For indeed it was Islam that had carried the early Muslims to tremendous cultural heights by directing all their energies toward conscious thought as the only means to understanding the nature of God's creation, and thus of His will. No demand had been made of them to believe in dogmas difficult or even impossible of intellectual comprehension. In fact, no dogma whatsoever was to be found in the Prophet's message, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and thus the thirst after knowledge which distinguished early Muslim history had not been forced, as elsewhere in the world, to assert itself in a painful struggle against the traditional faith. On the contrary, it had stemmed exclusively from that faith. The Arabian prophet had declared that striving after knowledge is a most sacred duty for every Muslim man and woman, and his followers were led to understand that only by acquiring knowledge could they fully worship the Lord. When they pondered the prophet's saying, God creates no disease without creating a cure for it as well. They realized that by searching for unknown cures, they would contribute to a fulfillment of God's will on earth. And so medical research became invested with the holiness of a religious duty. They read the Quran verse, "We create every living thing out of water," and in their endeavor to penetrate to the meaning of these words, they began to study living organisms and the laws of their development. And thus they established the science of biology. The Quran pointed to the harmony of the stars and their movements as witnesses of their Creator's glory, and thereupon the sciences of astronomy and mathematics were taken up by the Muslims, with a fervor which in other religions was reserved for prayer only. The Copernican system, which established the Earth's rotation around its axis and the revolution of the planets around the Sun, was evolved in Europe at the beginning of the 16th century, only to be met by the fury of the ecclesiastics, who read in it a contradiction of the literal teachings of the Bible. But the foundations of this system had actually been laid 600 years earlier in Muslim countries, for already in the 9th and 10th centuries, Muslim astronomers had reached the conclusion that the Earth was globular and that it rotated around its axis, and had made accurate calculations of latitudes and longitudes, and many of them maintained, without ever being accused of heresy, that the earth rotated around the sun. And in the same way they took to chemistry and physics and physiology, and to all the other sciences in which the Muslim genius was to find its most lasting monument. In building that monument they did no more than follow the admonition of their Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that if anybody proceeds on his way in search of knowledge, God will make easy for him the way to paradise, that the scientist walks in the path of God, that the superiority of the learned over the mere pious is like the superiority of the moon when it is full over all other stars, and that the ink of the scholars is more precious than the blood of martyrs. Throughout the whole creative period of Muslim history, that is to say, during the first 5 centuries after the Prophet's time, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, science and learning had no greater champion than Muslim civilization, and no home more secure than the lands in which Islam was supreme. Social life was similarly affected by the teachings of the Quran. At a time when in Christian Europe an epidemic was regarded as a scourge of God to which man had but to submit meekly, at that time and long before it, the Muslims followed the injunction of their Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, which directed them to combat epidemics by segregating the infected towns and areas. And at a time when even the kings and nobles of Christendom regarded bathing as an almost indecent luxury, even the poorest of Muslim houses had at least one bathroom, while elaborate public baths were common in every Muslim city. In the 9th century, for instance, Cordoba had 300 of them, and all this in response to the Prophet's teaching, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that cleanliness is part of faith. A Muslim did not come into conflict with the claims of spiritual life if he took pleasure in the beautiful things of material life, for according to the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, God loves to see on his servants an evidence of his bounty. In short, Islam gave a tremendous incentive to cultural achievements, which constitute one of the proudest pages in the history of mankind. And it gave this incentive by saying yes to the intellect and no to obscurantism, yes to action and no to quietism, yes to life and no to asceticism. Little wonder, then, that as soon as it emerged beyond the confines of Arabia, Islam won new adherents by leaps and bounds. Born and nurtured in the world contempt of Pauline and Augustinian Christianity, the populations of Syria and North Africa, and a little later of Visigoth Spain, saw themselves suddenly confronted with a teaching which denied the dogma of original sin and stressed the inborn dignity of earthly life. And so they rallied in ever increasing numbers to the new creed that gave them to understand that man was God's vicar on earth. This, and not a legendary conversion at the point of the sword, was the explanation of Islam's amazing triumph in the glorious morning of its history. It was not the Muslims that had made Islam great, it was Islam that had made the Muslims great. But as soon as their faith became habit and ceased to be a program of life, to be consciously pursued, the creative impulse that underlay their civilization waned and gradually gave way to indolence, sterility, and cultural decay. The new insight I had gained and the progress I was making in the Arabic language. I had arranged for a student of Al Azhar to give me daily lessons, made me feel that now at last I possessed something like a key to the Muslim mind. No longer was I certain that a European could never consciously grasp the total picture, as I had written in my book only a few months earlier. For now this Muslim world no longer seemed so entirely alien to Western associations. It occurred to me that if one was able to achieve a certain degree of detachment from his own past habits of thought and allow for the possibility that they might not be the only valid ones, the once so strange Muslim world might indeed become graspable. But although I found much in Islam that appealed to my intellect as well as to my instincts, I did not consider it desirable for an intelligent man to conform all his thinking and his entire view of life to a system not devised by himself. Tell me, Sheikh Mustafa, I asked my erudite friend Al-Maraghi on one occasion, why should it be necessary to confine oneself to one particular teaching and one particular set of injunctions? Mightn't it be better to leave all ethical inspiration to one's inner voice? What thou art really asking, my young brother, is why should there be an institutional religion? The answer is simple. Only very few people, only prophets, are really able to understand the inner voice that speaks in them. Most of us are trammeled by our personal interests and desires, and if everyone were to follow only what his own heart dictates, we would have complete moral chaos and could never agree on any mode of behavior. Thou couldst ask, of course, whether there are no exceptions to the general rule, enlightened people who feel they have no need to be guided in what they consider to be right or wrong. But then I ask thee, would not many, very many people claim that exceptional right for themselves? And what would be the result? I had been in Cairo for nearly 6 weeks when I suffered a recurrence of malaria, which had first attacked me in Palestine the previous year. It began with a headache and dizziness and pains in all my limbs, and by the end of the day I was flat on my back, unable to lift my hand. Signora Vitelli, my landlady, bustled around me almost as if she were enjoying my helplessness. But her concern was genuine. She gave me hot milk to drink and placed cold compresses over my head. But when I suggested that perhaps a doctor should be called in, she bristled indignantly. A doctor? Pooh! What do those butchers know about malaria? I know more about it than any of them. My sainted second husband died of it in Albania. We had been living in Durazzo for some years, and he, poor soul, was often racked with pains worse than yours, but he always had confidence in me. I was too weak to argue, and let her fill me with a potent brew of hot Greek wine and quinine. Not any of your sugar-coated pills, but the real, powdered stuff which shook me with its bitterness almost more than the fever did. But somehow, strange to say, I had full confidence in Mama Vitelli in spite of her ominous reference to her sainted second husband. That night, while my body was burning with fever, I suddenly heard a tender, intensive music from the street, the sound of a barrel organ. It was not one of those ordinary barrel organs with wheezy bellows and cracked pipes, but rather something that reminded you of the brittle, old clavichords which, because they were too delicate and too limited in nuances, had long ago been discarded in Europe. I had seen such barrel organs earlier in Cairo. A man carried the box on his back, a boy followed him turning the handle, and the tones fell singly, short and neat, like arrows hitting their mark, like the tinkling of glass with spaces in between. And as they were so unmixed and so isolated from one another, these tones did not allow the listener to grasp the whole melody, but dragged him instead in jerks through tender, tense moments. They were like a secret which you were trying to unravel, but could not, and they tormented you with their eternal repetition in your head, over and over through the night, like a whirling circle from which there was no escape, like the dance of the whirling dervishes you had seen at Scutari. Was it months, was it years ago, after you had passed through the world's densest cypress forest? It had been a most unusual forest, that Turkish cemetery at Scutari, just across the Bosporus from Istanbul, alleys and paths between innumerable cypresses, and under them innumerable upright and fallen tombstones with weather-worn Arabic inscriptions. The cemetery had long ago ceased to be used. Its dead had been dead for a very long time. Out of their bodies had sprung mighty tree trunks, 60, 80 feet high, growing into the changing seasons and into the stillness which in that grove was so great that no room was left for melancholy. Nowhere did one feel so strongly as here that the dead might be asleep. They were the dead of a world which had allowed its living to live peacefully, the dead of a humanity without hurry. After a short wandering through the cemetery, then through the narrow hilly lanes of Scutari, I came upon a little mosque which revealed itself as such only in the beautiful ornamental arabesques over the door. As the door was half open, I entered and stood in a dusky room, in the center of which several figures sat on a carpet in a circle around an old man. They all wore long cloaks and high brown brimless felt hats. The old Imam was reciting a passage from the Quran in a monotonous voice. Along one wall sat a few musicians, drum beaters, flutists, and kamanja players with their long-necked, violin-like instruments. It struck me that this strange assembly must be the whirling dervishes of whom I had heard so much, a mystic order that aimed at bringing about, by means of certain rhythmically repeated and intensified movements, an ecstatic trance in the adept which was said to enable him to achieve a direct and personal experience of God. The silence which followed the Imam's recitation was suddenly broken by the thin, high-pitched sound of a flute, and the music set in monotonously, almost wailingly. As if with one movement the dervishes rose, threw off their cloaks and stood in their white, flowing tunics which reached to the ankles, and were belted at the waist with knotted scarves. Then each of them made a half turn so that, standing in a circle, they faced one another in pairs. Whereupon they crossed their arms over the chest and bowed deeply before one another, and I had to think of the old minuet, and of cavaliers in embroidered coats bowing before their ladies. The next moment all the dervishes stretched their arms sidewise, the right palm turned upward, and the left downward. Like a whispered chant, the word Huwa, that means He, that is God, came from their lips. With a softly breathed sound on his lips, each man began to turn slowly on his axis, swaying in rhythm with the music that seemed to come from a great distance. They threw back their heads, closed their eyes, and a smooth rigidity spread over their faces. Faster and faster became the circling movement. The voluminous tunics rose and formed wide circles around the spinning figures, making them resemble white, swirling eddies in a sea. Deep was the absorption in their faces. The circling grew into a whirling rotation. An intoxication and ecstasy rose visibly in all the men. In countless repetitions, their half-open limbs murmured the word, Hua, Hua, Hua. Their bodies whirled and whirled, round and round, and the music seemed to draw them into its muffled, swirling monotonous chords, monotonously ascending, and you felt as if you yourself were being irresistibly drawn into an ascending whirlpool, a steep spiral dizzying stairway, higher, higher, always the same steps, but always higher, in ever rising spirals, toward some unfathomable, ungraspable end. Until the large, friendly hand which Mamma Vitelli placed on your forehead brought the whirling to a standstill, and broke the dizzy spell, and brought you back from Scutari to the coolness of a stone-flagged room in Cairo. Signora Vitelli had been right after all. Her ministrations helped me to overcome my malaria bout, if not sooner, at least as soon as any professional doctor could have done. Within 2 days I was almost free of fever, and on the third day I could exchange my bed for a comfortable chair. Still, I was too exhausted to think of going about, and time hung heavily. Once or twice my teacher student from Al-Azhar visited me and brought me some books. My recent fever-born remembrance of the whirling dervishes of Scutari somehow bothered me. It had unexpectedly acquired a puzzling significance that had not been apparent in the original experience. The esoteric rites of this religious order, one of the many I had encountered in various Muslim countries, did not seem to fit into the picture of Islam that was slowly forming in my mind. I requested my Azhari friend to bring me some Orientalist works on the subject, and through them my instinctive suspicion that esotericism of this kind had intruded into the Muslim orbit from non-Islamic sources was confirmed. The speculations of the Sufis, as the Muslim mystics were called, betrayed Gnostic, Indian, and occasionally even Christian influences, which had brought in ascetic concepts and practices entirely alien to the message of the Arabian Prophet. Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. In his message, reason was stressed as the only real way to faith. While the validity of mystical experience was not necessarily precluded in this approach, Islam was primarily an intellectual and not an emotional proposition. Although naturally enough, it produced a strong emotional attachment in its followers. Muhammad's teaching did not accord to emotion as such any independent role in religious perceptions. For emotions, however profound, are far more liable to be swayed by subjective desires and fears than reason, with all its fallibility, ever could be. It was in such bits and pieces, Mansur, that Islam revealed itself to me, a glimpse here and a glimpse there, through a conversation, a book, or an observation, slowly almost without my being aware of it. Section 2. When we make camp for the night, Zad starts to bake our bread. He makes a dough of coarse wheat flour, water, and salt and shapes it into a flat, round loaf about an inch thick. Then he clears a hollow in the sand, fills it with dry twigs, and sets fire to them. And when the flame after a sudden burst has died down, he places the loaf on the glowing embers, covers it with hot ashes, and lights a new mound of twigs on top of it. After a while, he uncovers the bread, turns it over, covers it as before, and lights another fire over it. After another half hour, the ready loaf is dug out from the embers and slapped with a stick to remove the remaining sand and ashes. We eat it with clarified butter and dates. There is no bread more delicious than this. Mansour's hunger, like Zad's and mine, has been satisfied, but his curiosity has not. As we lie around the fire, he continues to ply me with questions about how I finally became a Muslim, and while I try to explain it to him, it strikes me with something like astonishment how difficult it is to put into words my long way to Islam. For Mansour, Islam came over me like a robber who enters a house by night, stealthily, without noise or much ado, only that unlike a robber, it entered to remain for good. But it took me years to discover that I was to be a Muslim. Thinking back to those days of my second Middle East journey, when Islam began to occupy my mind in all earnest, it seems to me that even then I was conscious of pursuing a journey of discovery. Every day new impressions broke over me. Every day new questions arose from within, and new answers came from without. They awakened an echo of something that had been hidden somewhere in the background of my mind, and as I progressed in my knowledge of Islam, I felt, time and time again, that a truth I had always known, without being aware of it, was gradually being uncovered, as it were confirmed. In the early summer of 1924, I started out from Cairo on a long wandering, which was to take the better part of 2 years. For almost 2 years I tracked through centuries old in the wisdom of their traditions, but eternally fresh in their effect on my mind. I traveled leisurely with long halts. I revisited Transjordan and spent some days with Amir Abdullah, reveling in the warm virility of that Bedouin land, which had not yet been forced to adapt its character to the stream of Western influences. As this time a French visa had been arranged for me by the Frankfurter Zeitung, I was able to see Syria again. Damascus came and went. The Levantine liveliness of Beirut embraced me for a short while, soon to be forgotten in the out-of-the-way sleepiness of Syrian Tripoli, with its air of silent happiness. Small, old-fashioned sailing ships were rocking on their moorings in the open port, their lateen masts creaking softly. On low stools before a coffee house on the quay sat the burghers of Tripoli, relishing their cup of coffee and their narghiles in the afternoon sun. Everywhere peace and contentment and apparently enough to eat, and even the beggars seemed to enjoy themselves in the warm sun, as if saying, "Oh, how good it is to be a beggar in Tripoli." I came to Aleppo. Its streets and buildings reminded me of Jerusalem. Old stone houses that appeared to have grown out of the soil, dark, arched passageways, silent squares and courtyards, carved windows. The inner life of Aleppo, however, was entirely different from that of Jerusalem. The dominant mood of Jerusalem had been the strange side by side of conflicting national currents, like a painful, complicated camp. Next to a world of contemplation and deep religious emotion, there had brooded, like a cloud of prison, an almost mystical hatred over people and things. But Aleppo, although a mixture of Arabian and Levantine, with a hint of nearby Turkey, was harmonious and serene. The houses with their stony facades and wooden balconies were alive even in their stillness. The quiet industriousness of the artisans in the ancient bazaar, the courtyards of the many old caravanserais with their arcades and loggias full of bales of goods. Frugality together with gay covetousness, and both free from all envy. The absence of all hurry, a restfulness which embraced the stranger, and made him wish that his own life were rooted in restfulness. All this flowed together in a strong, winning melody. From Aleppo I went by car to Deir ez-Zor, a little town in northern Syria, whence I intended to proceed to Baghdad on the old caravan route parallel to the Euphrates, and it was on that journey that I first met Zad. In distinction from the Damascus-Baghdad route, which had been frequented by cars for some years, the route along the Euphrates was then little known. In fact, only one car had traveled it before me some months ago. My Armenian driver had himself never gone beyond Deir ez-Zor, but he was confident that he could somehow find his way. Nevertheless, he felt the need of more tangible information, and so we went together to the bazaar in search of it. The bazaar street ran the whole length of Deir ez-Zor, which was something of a cross between a Syrian provincial town and a Bedouin metropolis, with an accent on the latter. Two worlds met there in a strange familiarity. In one of the shops, modern, badly printed picture postcards were being sold, while next to it a few Bedouins were talking about the rainfalls in the desert and about the recent feuds between the Syrian tribe of Bishr Anaza and the Shamar of Iraq. One of them mentioned the audacious raid which the Najdi Bedouin chieftain, Faisal ad-Dawish, had made a short time ago into southern Iraq, and frequently the name of the Grand Man of Arabia, Ibn Saud, cropped up. Ancient muzzle loaders with long barrels and silver inlaid butts, guns which nobody was buying anymore because the modern repeating rifles were far more effective, led a dreamy, dusty existence between second-hand uniform tunics from 3 continents, Najdi camel saddles, Goodyear tires, storm lanterns from Leipzig, and brown Bedouin cloaks from Al-Jof. The Western goods, however, did not appear like intruders among the old. Their utility had given them a natural place of their own. With their wide-awake sense of reality, the Bedouins seemed to take easily to all these new things which but yesterday had been beyond their ken, and to make them their own without betraying their old selves. This inner stability, I mused, ought to give them the strength to bear the onrush of the new era, and perhaps not to succumb to it, for now it was coming close to these people who until recently had been so withdrawn and so hidden. But it was no hostile knocking on their door. They received all that newness with innocent curiosity and fingered it, so to speak, from all sides, contemplating its possible usefulness. How little I realized then what Western newness could do to the simple, unlettered Bedouins. As my Armenian driver was making inquiries from a group of Bedouins, I felt a tug at my sleeve. I turned around. Before me stood an austerely handsome Arab in his early 30s. "With thy permission, O Effendi," he said in a slow, husky voice. "I hear thou art going by car to Baghdad, and art not sure of thy way. Let me go with thee, I might be of help." I liked the man at once and asked who he was. "I am Zad ibn Ghanim," he replied. "I serve with the Agail in Iraq." It was only then that I observed the khaki color of his kaftan and the 7-pointed star, emblem of the Iraqi desert constabulary, on his black egal. These kind of troops, called Agail among Arabs, had already existed in Turkish times, a corps of voluntary levies, recruited almost exclusively from Central Arabia, men to whom the desert steppe was home and the dromedary a friend. Their adventurous blood drove them from their austere homeland out into a world in which there was more money, more movement, more change between today and tomorrow. Zad told me that he had come to Deir ez-Zor with one of his officers on some business connected with the administration of the Syro-Iraq frontier. While the officer had since returned to Iraq, Zad had remained behind to attend to a private matter, and now he would prefer to go back with me than to take the more customary but circuitous route via Damascus. He frankly admitted that he had never yet traveled all the way along the Euphrates, and he knew as well as I did that because of its many loops and turns, we would not always have the river to guide us. But, he added, desert is desert. The sun and the stars are the same, and insha'Allah, we shall find our way. His grave self-confidence pleased me, and I gladly agreed to have him along. Next morning we left Deir ez-Zor. The great Hamada Desert opened itself up to the wheels of our Model T Ford. An unending plain of gravel, sometimes smooth and level like asphalt, and sometimes stretching in waves from horizon to horizon. At times the Euphrates appeared to our left, muddy, quiet with low banks, a silent lake you might think, until a fast drifting piece of wood or a boat caught your eye and betrayed the powerful current. It was a broad, a royal river. It made no sound. It was not playful. It did not rush. It did not splash. It went, glided, a widespread band, unfettered, choosing its sovereign way in countless turns down the imperceptible incline of the desert, an equal within an equal, a proud within a proud, for the desert was as widespread and mighty and quiet as the river. Our new companion Zad sat next to the driver with his knees drawn up and one leg dangling over the car door. On his foot glowed a new boot of red Morocco leather which he had bought the day before in the bazaar of Deir ez-Zor. Sometimes we met camel riders who appeared from nowhere in the midst of the desert, stood still for a moment and gazed after the car, and again set their animals in motion and disappeared. They were obviously herdsmen. The sun had burned their faces a deep bronze. Short halts in lonely, dilapidated caravanserais alternated with endless stretches of desert. The Euphrates had disappeared beyond the horizon. Sand hard blown by the wind, white patches of gravel, here and there a few tufts of grass or a thorn bush. To our right a range of low hills, naked and fissured, crumbling under the hot sun, grew up suddenly and concealed the endlessness of the desert. What could there be beyond that narrow range of hills? One asked oneself in wonderment. And although one knew that the same level or hilly desert lay beyond, the same sand and the same hard pebbles offered their virgin rigidity to the sun, a breath of unexplained mystery was in the air. What could there be? The atmosphere was without answer or echo. The vibrating quiet of the afternoon knew no sound but the drone of our engine and the swish of tires over gravel. Did the rim of the world drop there into a primeval abyss? Because I did not know the unknown was there, and because I would perhaps never come to know, it was the unknowable unknown. In the afternoon our driver discovered that at the last caravanserai he had forgotten to take in water for his engine. The river was far away. There was no well for many miles around. All about us, up to the wavy horizon, brooded an empty white hot chalky plain. A soft, hot wind played over it, coming from nowhere and going into nowhere, without beginning and without end, a muffled hum out of eternity itself. The driver casual like all Levantines, a quality which I used to appreciate in them, but not just then, said, "Oh, well, even so we shall reach the next caravanserai." But it looked as if we might not reach it even so. The sun was blazing. The water bubbled in the radiator as in a tea kettle. Again we met herdsmen. Water? No, none for 15 camel hours. "And what do you drink?" asked the Armenian in exasperation. They laughed. "We drink camel's milk." They must have wondered in their hearts at these ridiculous people in the fast-moving devil's cart, asking about water, while every Bedouin child could have told them that there was no water in these parts. Unpleasant prospect, to remain stuck here in the desert with engine failure, without water and food, and to wait until another car came our way. Perhaps tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, or perhaps next month. In time the driver lost his smiling insouciance. He stopped the car and lifted the radiator cap. A wide, thick jet of steam hissed into the air. I had some water in my thermos and sacrificed it to the god of the engine. The Armenian added a little oil to it, and the brave Ford carried us for a while. "I think we might find water there to our right," said the optimist. "Those hills look so green. There seems to be fresh grass there, and where grass grows at this time of year, when there are no rains, there must be water. And if there is water there, why shouldn't we drive up and fetch it?" Logic has always something irresistible about it, and so it was even here, although the Armenian's logic seemed to walk on crutches. We left the path and rattled a few miles toward the hills. No water. The slopes were covered not with grass but with greenish stones. There was a hissing sound in the motor. The pistons beat hoarsely. Smoke was escaping in grey wisps from the slits of the hood. A few minutes more, and something would crack, a break in the crankshaft or a similar nicety. But this time we had strayed far from the caravan route. If anything happened now, we would sit hopelessly in this desolation. Almost our entire supply of oil had flowed into the radiator. The Armenian had become hysterical. He was looking for water, driving to the left, then to the right, making turns and twists like a performer in a circus arena. But the water refused to materialize, and the bottle of cognac which I yielded with a sigh did not do much good to the hot radiator, apart from enveloping us in a cloud of alcoholic vapor, which made Zad, who of course never drank, almost vomit. This last experiment drove him from the stony lethargy in which he had been lost for so long. With an angry movement he pulled his kufiya lower down over his eyes, leaned out over the hot rim of the car, and started looking about the desert plain. Looking with the precise, careful concentration so peculiar to people who live much in the open and are accustomed to rely on their senses. We waited anxiously, without much hope, for as he had told us earlier, he had never before been in this part of the country. But he pointed with his hand toward north and said, "There." The word was like a command. The driver, glad to have somebody to relieve him of responsibility, obeyed at once. With a painful panting of the engine we drove northward. But suddenly Zad raised himself a little, put his hand on the driver's arm. For a while he sat with his head bent forward like a scenting retriever. Around his compressed lips there quivered a small, hardly perceptible tension. "No, drive there," he exclaimed, and pointed to northeast. "Fast!" And again the driver obeyed without a word. After a couple of minutes, "Stop!" and Zad jumped lightly out of the car, gathered his long cloak in both hands, and ran straight ahead, stopped, turned around several times as if searching or intently listening, and for long moments I forgot the engine and our plight. So captivated was I by the sight of a man straining all his nerves to orientate himself in nature. And all of a sudden he started off with long leaps and disappeared in a hollow between two mounds. A moment later his head reappeared and his hands waved. Water! We ran to him, and there it was. In a hollow protected from the sun by overhanging rocks glittered a little pool of water, remnant of the last winter rains, yellow-brown, muddy, but nevertheless water. Water. Some incomprehensible desert instinct had betrayed its presence to the man from Najd. And while the Armenian and I scooped it into empty gasoline tins and carried it to the much-abused engine, Zad strolled smilingly, a silent hero, up and down by the side of the car. At noon of the third day we reached the first Iraqi village, Ana on the Euphrates, and rode for hours between its palm orchards and mud walls. Many a Gael were there, most of them, as Zad told us, of his own tribe. In the shade of palm trees they strode among sleek horses on which sun and green-filtered light were reflected, kings full of grace and condescension. To some of them Zad nodded in passing, and his long black tresses shook on both sides of his face. In spite of his hard life in desert and burning heat, he was so sensitive that during our fast progress over village roads, he wound his headcloth around his mouth in order to avoid swallowing dust. The dust which did not bother even us pampered townspeople. When we again rode over pebbles, and there was no longer any dust, he swept his kufiya back with a movement of almost girlish grace and began to sing. He suddenly opened his mouth and sang, with the suddenness of a mountain wall precipitously jutting out of a plain. It was a Najdi qasida, a kind of ode, a swaying of long drawn-out tunes in an unchanging rhythm, flowing like the desert wind from nowhere into nowhere. In the next village he requested the driver to stop, jumped out of the car, thanked me for the lift, slung his rifle on his back, and disappeared between the palms. And in the car there remained a scent that had no name, the scent of a humanity entirely rounded in itself, the vibrating remembrance of a long forgotten, never forgotten innocence of the spirit. On that day at Ana, I did not think I would ever see Zad again, but it happened otherwise. The following day, I arrived at Hit, a little town on the Euphrates at the point where the old caravan road from Damascus to Baghdad emerges from the desert. Crowning the top of a hill with its walls and bastions, the town resembled an ancient, half-forgotten fortress. No life was visible in or around it. The outer houses seemed to have grown into the walls. There were no windows in them, only a few slits like loopholes. A minaret rose from the interior of the town. I stopped for the night in a caravanserai near the river bank. While supper was being prepared for the driver and myself, I went to wash my hands and face at the well in the courtyard. As I was crouching on the ground, someone took the long sprouted water can that I had put down and gently poured water over my hands. I looked up and saw before me a heavy-boned, dark-visaged man with a fur cap on his head. Unasked, he was assisting me in my washing. He was obviously not an Arab. When I asked him who he was, he answered in broken Arabic. I am a Tatar from Azerbaijan. He had warm dog-like eyes, and his one-time military tunic was almost in shreds. I started conversing with him, partly in Arabic and partly in the odds and bits of Persian which I had managed to pick from an Iranian student in Cairo. It transpired that the Tatar's name was Ibrahim. Most of his life, he was now nearly 40, had been spent on Iranian roads. For years he had driven freight wagons from Tabriz to Tehran, from Mashhad to Birjand, from Tehran to Isfahan and Shiraz, and at one time he called a team of horses his own. He had served as a trooper in the mounted Iranian gendarmerie as a personal bodyguard to a Turkoman chieftain, and as a stable boy in the caravanserais of Isfahan. And now, having come to Iraq as a mule driver in a caravan of Iranian pilgrims bound for Karbala, he had lost his job after a quarrel with the leader of the caravan and was stranded in a foreign country. Later that night I lay down to sleep on a wooden bench in the palm-studded courtyard of the caravanserai. Sultry heat and clouds of mosquitoes, heavy and thick from sucking human blood. A few lanterns threw their sad, dim light into the darkness. Some horses, belonging perhaps to the landlord, were tethered to one of the walls. Ibrahim the Tatar was brushing one of them. From the way he handled it, one could see that he not only knew horses but loved them. His fingers stroked the shaggy mane as a lover might stroke his mistress. An idea came suddenly to my mind. I was on my way to Iran, and long months of travel on horseback lay ahead of me. Why not take this man along? He seemed to be a good and quiet man, and I would surely need somebody like him, who knew almost every road in Iran and was at home in every caravanserai. When I suggested next morning that I might engage him as my servant, he almost wept with gratitude and said to me in Persian, "Hazrat, you will never regret it." It was noon of the 5th day of the car journey from Aleppo when I caught my first view of the widespread oasis of Baghdad. From between the crowns of myriads of palms shone a gilded mosque cupola and a tall minaret. On both sides of the road lay a vast, ancient graveyard with crumbling tombstones, grey and barren and forsaken. Fine grey dust hovered motionless over it, and in the hard light of the noon, this dusty greyness was like a silver-embroidered gauze veil, a misty partition between the dead world of the past and the living present. So it should always be, I thought to myself, when one approaches a city whose past has been so entirely different from its present that the mind cannot encompass the difference. And then we dived into the midst of the palms, mile after mile of enormous tree trunks and curving fronds, until suddenly the palm groves stopped short at the steep bank of the Tigris. This river was unlike the Euphrates, muddy green, heavy and gurgling, like an exotic stranger after the silent, royal flow of that other river. And when we crossed it over a swaying boat bridge, the fiery heat of the Persian Gulf closed over us. Of its former magnificence and splendor nothing remained in Baghdad. The Mongol invasions of the Middle Ages had destroyed the city so thoroughly that nothing was left to remind one of the old capital of Harun al-Rashid. What remained was a dreary city of haphazardly built brick dwellings, a temporary arrangement, it would almost seem, in anticipation of a possible change. Indeed, such a change was already underway in the form of a new political reality. The city had begun to stir. New buildings were coming up. Out of a sleepy Turkish provincial headquarters, an Arabian metropolis was slowly emerging. The immense heat impressed its sign on every appearance and made all movement sluggish. The people walked slowly through the streets. They seemed to be of heavy blood, without gaiety and without grace. Their faces looked somber and unfriendly from under black and white checkered headcloths, and whenever you saw a handsome Arab face with an expression of proud, self-sufficient dignity, there was almost invariably a red and white kufiya over it, which meant that the man was not from here but from the north, or from the Syrian desert, or from Central Arabia. But a great strength was apparent in these men, the strength of hatred of the foreign power that denied them their freedom. The people of Baghdad had always been obsessed by longing for freedom as by a demon. Perhaps it was this demon which so somberly overshadowed their faces. Perhaps these faces wore quite a different look when they met with their own kin in the narrow side lanes and walled courtyards of the town. For if you looked more closely at them, they were not entirely without charm. They could occasionally laugh as other Arabs did. They would sometimes, like other Arabs, trail the trains of their cloaks with aristocratic nonchalance in the dust behind them, as if they were walking over the tessellated floors of marble palaces. They let their women stroll over the streets in colorful brocade wraps, precious, veiled women in black and red, blue, silver, and Bordeaux red, groups of brocaded figures gilding slowly by on noiseless feet. A few weeks after my arrival in Baghdad, as I was strolling through the great bazaar, a shout reverberated from one of the dusky barrel-roofed passageways. From around a corner a man raced by, then another, and a third, and the people in the bazaar started to run as if gripped by a terror of which they but not I knew the reason. Beat of horses' hoofs, a rider with terrified face galloped into the crowd, which broke before him. More running people, all coming from one direction and carrying the shoppers in the bazaar along with them. In jolts and jerks, the whole throng began to press forward. Shopkeepers placed with frantic hurry wooden planks before their shops. Nobody spoke. No one called out to another. Only off and on you could hear the cries of falling people. A child wailed piercingly. What has happened? No answer. Pale faces everywhere. A heavy wagon, still half loaded with bales, rushed driverless with galloping horses through the narrow lane. Somewhere in the distance a mound of earthenware vessels crashed down, and I could distinctly hear the sherds rolling on the ground. Apart from these isolated sounds and the tramping and panting of the people, there was a deep, tense silence, such as sometimes occurs at the beginning of an earthquake. Only the clattering steps of running feet, sometimes the scream of a woman or child broke out of the pressing, flowing mass. Again some riders. Panic, flight, and silence. A mad confusion at the crossings of the covered streets. Caught in the throng at one of these crossings, I could not move forward or backward, and indeed did not know where to go. At that moment I felt someone grasp my arm, and there was Zad, pulling me toward him and behind a barrier of barrels between two shops. Don't budge, he whispered. Something whizzed by. A rifle bullet? Impossible. From far away, somewhere deep in the bazaar, came the muffled roar of many voices. Again something whizzed and whined, and this time there was no possibility of mistaking it. It was a bullet. In the distance a faint rattling sound, as if somebody was scattering dry peas over a hard floor. It slowly approached and grew in volume, that regular, repeated rattling, and then I recognized it. Machine guns. Once again, as so many times before, Baghdad had risen in revolt. On the preceding day, the 29th of May, 1924, the Iraqi parliament had ratified, much against the popular will, a treaty of friendship with Great Britain, and now a nation in despair was trying to defend itself against the friendship of a great European power. As I subsequently learned, all entrances to the bazaar had been sealed off by British troops to suppress a demonstration, and many people were killed that day by indiscriminate crossfiring into the bazaar. Had it not been for that, I would probably have run straight into the machine gun fire. That was the real beginning of our friendship. Zad's worldwide, reticent manliness appealed strongly to me, and he, on his part, had quite obviously taken a liking to the young European, who had so little prejudice in him against the Arabs and their manner of living. He told me the simple story of his life, how he, as his father before him, had grown up in the service of the rulers of Hail, the Shimmer dynasty of Ibn Rashid, and how, when Hail was conquered by Ibn Saud in 1921, and the last Amir of the house of Ibn Rashid became Ibn Saud's prisoner, many men of the Shimmer tribe, and Zad among them, preferring an uncertain future to submission to a new ruler. And there he was, wearing the seven-pointed star of Iraq on his egal, and pining for the land of his youth. During the weeks of my sojourn in Iraq, we saw a lot of each other, and remained in touch through the years that followed. I wrote to him occasionally, and once or twice a year sent him a small present purchased in one of the Iranian or Afghan bazaars. And every time he would answer in his clumsy, almost illegible scrawl, recalling the days we had spent together riding along the banks of the Euphrates, or visiting the winged lions in the ruins of Babylon. Finally, when I came to Arabia in 1927, I asked him to join me, which he did in the following year, and ever since he has been my companion, more a comrade than a servant. In the early 20s, automobiles were still comparatively rare in Iran, and only a few cars plied for hire between the main centers. If one wanted to leave the 3 or 4 trunk roads, one had to depend on horse-driven vehicles, and even these could not go everywhere, for there were many parts of Iran where no roads existed at all. For someone like me, avid to meet the people of the land on their own terms, travel on horseback was clearly indicated. And so, during my last week in Baghdad, assisted by Ibrahim, I attended every morning the horse market outside the city. After days of negotiations, I purchased a horse for myself and a mule for Ibrahim. My mount was a beautiful chestnut stallion of South Iranian breed, while the mule, a lively, obstinate animal with muscles like steel cables under a grey velvet skin, had obviously come from Turkey. It would easily carry, apart from its rider, the large saddlebags in which I was to keep all my personal necessities. Riding my horse and leading the mule by the halter, Ibrahim set out one morning toward Khaniqin, the last Iraqi town on the Iranian frontier and terminus of a branch line of the Baghdad Railway. And I followed 2 days later by train to meet him there. We left Khaniqin and the Arabian world behind us. Before us stood yellow hills, like sentinels against the higher mountains, the mountains of the Iranian plateau, a new waiting world. The frontier post was a lonely little building topped by a faded, tattered flag in green, white, and red with the symbol of the lion with sword and rising sun. A few customs officers in sloppy uniforms and white slippers on their feet, black of hair and white of skin, examined my scanty luggage with something like friendly irony. Then one of them addressed me. "Everything is in order, Janabi Ali. Your graciousness is above our deserts. Would you grant us the favor of drinking a glass of tea with us?" And while I was still wondering at the bizarre, old-fashioned courtesy of these phrases, It occurred to me how different, in spite of its many Arabic words, the Persian language was from the Arabic. A melodious, cultivated sweetness lay in it, and the soft, open intonation of its vowels sounded strangely Western after the hot consonant language of the Arabs. We were not the only travelers. Several heavy canvas wagons, each drawn by 4 horses, were standing before the customs house, and a mule caravan was encamped nearby. The men were cooking their food over open campfires. They seemed to have given up all thought of going ahead, despite the early hour of the afternoon, and we, I do not remember why, decided to do the same. We spent the night in the open, sleeping on the ground on our blankets. In the early dawn, all the wagons and caravans began to move toward the naked mountains, and we rode with them. As the road mounted steadily, we soon outpaced the slow-moving wagons and rode on alone, deeper and deeper into the mountain land of the Kurds, the land of the tall, blond herdsmen. I saw the first of them when, at a turn of the road, he stepped out of a rustling hut made of branches and offered us, wordlessly, a wooden bowl brimming with buttermilk. He was a boy of perhaps 17 years, barefoot, ragged, unwashed, with the remnants of a felt cap on his tousled head. As I drank the thin, lightly salted and wonderfully cool milk, I saw over the rim of the bowl the blue eyes that were fixed gazing at me. There was something in them of the brittle, damp, sweet fogginess which lies over new-born animals, a primeval sleepiness not yet quite broken. In the afternoon we reached a Kurdish tent village that lay softly tucked between hilly slopes. The tents resembled those of Bedouin half-nomads in Syria or Iraq. Coarse black cloth of goat hair stretched over several poles, with walls of straw matting. A stream was flowing nearby, its banks shaded by groups of white poplars. On a rock over the water, a family of storks excitedly clattered their beaks and beat their wings. A man in an indigo blue jacket was striding with long, light steps toward the tents. Out of his earth-bound but nevertheless very loose movements spoke old nomad blood. A woman wearing an amaranth red, trailing dress with a tall earthenware jar on her shoulder slowly approached the stream. Her thighs were clearly outlined against the soft cloth of her dress. They were long and tensed like violin strings. She knelt down by the water's edge and bent over to scoop water into her jar. Her turban-like headdress came loose and touched, like a red stream of blood, the glittering surface of the water, but only for an instant, to be taken up and again wound around the head with a single, gliding gesture that still belonged, as it were, to her kneeling down and was part of the same movement. Somewhere later I sat on the bank, in the company of an old man and 4 young women. All 4 had a perfect charm and naturalness born of life in freedom, beauty that was aware of itself and yet was chaste, pride which knew no hiding and yet was hardly distinguishable from shyness and humility. The prettiest among them bore the chirping bird named Tutu, with the vowel pronounced as in French. Her entire forehead was covered, down to the delicate brow, by a carmine red scarf. The eyelids were tinted with antimony. From under the scarf protruded auburn locks with little silver chains braided into them. At every movement of the head, they tinkled against the tender concave cheek line. We all enjoyed the conversation, although my Persian was still clumsy. The Kurds have a language of their own, but most of them also understand Persian, which is related to it. They were shrewd, these little women who had never gone beyond the environment of their tribe, and of course could neither read nor write. They easily understood my stumbling expressions and often found the word for which I was groping and put it, with a matter-of-fact sureness, into my mouth. I asked them about their doings, and they answered me, enumerating the many little and yet so great things which fill the day of a nomad woman. Grinding grain between two flat stones, baking bread in glowing ashes, milking sheep, shaking curds in leather bags until they turn to butter, spinning with hand spindles yarn out of sheep's wool, knotting carpets and weaving kilims in patterns almost as old as their race, bearing children, and giving their men restfulness and love. Unchanging life, today, yesterday, and tomorrow. For these shepherds no time exists, except the sequence of days, nights, and seasons. The night has been made dark for sleep. The day is light for the necessities of life. Winter reveals itself in the growing cold and scarcity of pastures in the mountains. And so they wander with their flocks and tents down into the warm plains, into Mesopotamia and to the Tigris. Later, when the summer grows up, with its sultriness and hot winds, back into the mountains, either here or to another place within the traditional grounds of the tribe. Don't you ever desire to live in houses of stone? I asked the old man, who had hardly spoken a word and had smilingly listened to our talk. Don't you ever desire to have fields of your own? The old man shook his head slowly. No, if water stands motionless in pools, it becomes stale, muddy, and foul. Only when it moves and flows does it remain clear. In time, Kurdistan receded into the past. For nearly 18 months I wandered through the length and breadth of that strangest of all lands, Iran. I came to know a nation that combined in itself the wisdom of 30 centuries of culture and the volatile unpredictability of children. A nation that could look with a lazy irony at itself and all that happened around it, and a moment later could tremble in wild volcanic passions. I enjoyed the cultured ease of the cities and the sharp, exhilarating steep winds. I slept in the castles of provincial governors with a score of servants at my disposal, and in half-ruined caravanserais, where at night you had to take care to kill the scorpions before you were stung by them. I partook of whole roasted sheep as guest of Bakhtiari and Kashkai tribesmen, and of turkey stuffed with apricots in the dining rooms of rich merchants. I watched the abandonment and blood intoxication of the festival of Muharram, and listened to the tender verses of Hafiz sung to the accompaniment of a lute by the heirs of Iranian ancient glories. I strolled under the poplars of Isfahan and admired the stalactite portals, precious faience facades and gilded domes of its great mosques. Persian became almost as familiar to me as Arabic. I held converse with educated men in cities, soldiers and nomads, traders in the bazaars, cabinet ministers and religious leaders, wandering dervishes and wise opium smokers in wayside taverns. I stayed in towns and villages and tracked through deserts and perilous salt swamps, and lost myself entirely in the timeless air of that broken-down wonderland. I came to know the Iranian people and their life, and their thoughts almost as if I had been born among them. But this land and this life, complex and fascinating like an old jewel that sparkles dimly through multiple facets, never came as close to my heart as the glass-clear world of the Arabs. For over 6 months I rode on through the wild mountains and steppes of Afghanistan. 6 months in a world where the arms which every man carried were not meant for ornament, and where every word and every step had to be watched lest a bullet should come singing through the air. Sometimes Ibrahim and I and our occasional companions had to defend our lives against bandits, of whom Afghanistan was full in those days. But if it happened to be Friday, bandits held out no threat, for they considered it shameful to rob and kill on the day set aside for the worship of the Lord. Once near Kandahar, I narrowly missed being shot because I had inadvertently looked upon the uncovered face of a pretty village woman working in the field. While among the Mongol villagers in the high gorges of the Hindu Kush, descendants of the warrior hosts of Genghis Khan, it was not regarded as unseemly to let me sleep on the floor of the one-room hut, side by side with the host's young wife and sisters. For weeks I was guest of Amanullah Khan, king of Afghanistan, in his capital Kabul. For long nights I discussed with his learned men the teachings of the Quran, and on other nights I discussed with Pathan Khans in their black tents how best to circumvent areas engaged in intertribal warfare. And with every day of those 2 years in Iran and Afghanistan, the certainty grew in me that I was approaching some final answer. For it so happened, Mansoor, that the understanding of how Muslims lived brought me daily closer to a better understanding of Islam. Islam was always uppermost in my mind. "It's time for the Isha prayer," says Zad, glancing at the night sky. We line up for the last prayer of the day, all three of us facing toward Mecca. Zad and Mansoor stand side by side, and I in front of them, leading the congregational prayer, for the Prophet has described every assembly of 2 or more as a congregation. I raise my hands and begin, Allahu Akbar, God alone is great, and then recite, as Muslims always do, the opening surah of the Quran. In the name of God, the most gracious, the dispenser of grace. All praise is due to God alone, sustainer of the universe. The most gracious, the dispenser of grace, Lord of the day of judgment. Thee alone do we worship, and Thee alone do we beseech for help. Lead us the right way, the way of those upon whom is Thy favor, not of those who earn Thy wrath, nor of those who go astray. And I follow with the 112th Surah. In the name of God, the most gracious, the dispenser of grace. Say, God is one, the self-sufficient on whom everything depends. He begets not, nor is he begotten, and there is naught that could be likened unto him. There are few things, if any, which bring men so close to one another as praying together. This, I believe, is true of every religion, but particularly so of Islam, which rests on the belief that no intermediary is necessary, or indeed possible, between man and God. The absence of all priesthood, clergy, and even of an organized church makes every Muslim feel that he is truly sharing in, and not merely attending a common act of worship when he prays in congregation. Since there are no sacraments in Islam, every adult and sane Muslim may perform any religious function whatsoever, whether it be leading a congregation in prayer, performing a marriage ceremony, or conducting a burial service. None need be ordained for the service of God. The religious teachers and leaders of the Muslim community are simple men who enjoy a reputation, sometimes deserved and sometimes not, for erudition in theology and religious law. Section 3. I awake at dawn, but my eyelids are heavy with sleep. Over my face the wind glides with a soft, humming sound out of the fading night into the rising day. I get up to wash the sleep from my face. The cold water is like a touch from faraway landscapes, mountains covered with dark trees, and streams that move and flow and always remain clear. I sit on my haunches and I lean my head back so that my face might long remain wet. The wind strokes its wetness, strokes it with the tender memory of all cool days, of long past wintry days, of mountains and rushing waters, of riding through snow and glistening whiteness, the whiteness of that day many years ago when I rode over snow-covered Iranian mountains without path, pushing slowly forward, every step of the horse a sinking down into snow, and the next a toilsome clambering out of snow. At noon of that day, I remember, we rested in a village inhabited by strange folk who resembled gypsies. 10 or 12 holes in the ground, roofed over with low domes of brushwood and earth, gave the lonely settlement. It was in the southeastern Iran, in the province of Kirman, the appearance of a city of moles. Like underworld beings from a fairy tale, people crawled out of the dark openings to wonder at the rare strangers. On top of one of the earthen domes sat a young woman combing her long black tousled hair. Her olive-brown face was turned with closed eyes toward the pale midday sun, and she sang with a low voice a song in some outlandish tongue. Metal arm rings jangled around her wrists, which were narrow and strong like the fetlocks of wild animals in a primeval forest. To warm my numbed limbs, I drank tea and arrack, lots of it, with the gendarme who accompanied Ibrahim and me, as I remounted my horse, entirely drunk, and set out at a gallop. The whole world lay suddenly wide and transparent before my eyes as never before. I saw its inner pattern and felt the beat of its pulse in the white loneliness, and beheld all that had been hidden from me but a moment ago. And I knew that all the answers are but waiting for us while we poor fools ask questions and wait for the secrets of God to open themselves up to us, when they, all the while, are waiting for us to open ourselves up to them. A tableland opened before us, and I spurred my horse and flew like a ghost through crystalline light, and the snow whirled up by the hoofs of my horse flew around me like a mantle of sparks, and the hoofs of my horse thundered over the ice of frozen streams. I think it must have been then that I experienced, not yet fully understanding it myself, the opening of grace, that grace of which Father Felix had spoken to me long, long ago, when I was starting out on the journey that was destined to change my whole life. The revelation of grace, which tells you that you are the expected one. More than a year was to elapse between that mad ride over ice and snow and my conversion to Islam. But even then I rode, without knowing it, straight as an arrow toward Mecca. And now my face is dry, and that Iranian winter day of more than 7 years ago falls back into the past. It falls back, but not to disappear, for that past is part of this present. A cool breeze, breath of the morning that is to come, makes the thorn bushes shiver. The stars are beginning to pale. Zed, Mansour, get up, get up. Let us rekindle the fire and heat our coffee, and then we shall saddle the dromedaries and ride on, through another day, through the desert that waits for us with open arms. End of chapter 7. Start of chapter 8. Jinns. Section 1. The sun is about to set when a big, black snake suddenly slithers across our path. It is almost as thick as a child's arm, and perhaps a yard long. It stops and rears its head in our direction. With almost a reflex movement, I slide down from the saddle, unsling my carbine, kneel and take aim, and at the same moment, I hear Mansour's voice behind me. Don't shoot! Don't! But I have already pressed the trigger. The snake jerks, writhes, and is dead. Mansour's disapproving face appears over me. Thou shouldst not have killed it. Anyhow, not at the time of sunset, for this is the time when the jinns come out from underground and often assume the shape of a snake. I laugh and reply, O Mansour, thou dost not really believe those old wife tales about jinns in the shape of snakes? Of course I believe in jinns. Does not the Book of God mention them? As to the shapes in which they sometimes appear to us, I don't know. I have heard they can assume the strangest and most unexpected of forms. You may be right, Mansour, I think to myself, for indeed, is it so far-fetched to assume that apart from the beings which our senses can perceive, there may be some that elude our perception? Is it not a kind of intellectual arrogance which makes modern man reject the possibility of life forms other than those which can be observed and measured by him? The existence of jinns, whatever they may be, cannot be proved by scientific means. But neither can science disprove the possible existence of living beings whose biological laws may be so entirely different from our own that our outer senses can establish contact with them only under very exceptional circumstances. Is it not possible that such an occasional crossing of paths between these unknown worlds and ours gives rise to strange manifestations, which man's primitive fantasy has interpreted as ghosts, demons, and such other supernatural apparitions? As I remount my dromedary, playing with these questions with the half smiling disbelief of a man whose upbringing has made him more thick skinned than are people who have always lived closer to nature, Zad turns with a serious countenance towards me. Mansour is right, O my uncle. Thou shouldst not have killed the snake. Once, many years back, when I left Hail after Ibn Saud had taken the town, I shot a snake like that one on my way to Iraq. It was also at the time when the sun was setting. A short while afterward, when we stopped to say our sunset prayer, I suddenly felt a leaden weight in my legs and a burning in my head, and my head began to roar like the roar of falling waters, and my limbs became like fire, and I could not stand upright and fell to the ground like an empty sack, and everything became dark around me. I do not know how long I remained in that darkness, but I remember that in the end I stood up again. An unknown man stood to my right and another to my left, and they led me into a great, dusky hall that was full of men who walked up and down in excitement and talked to each other. After a while I became aware that these were two distinct parties, as before a court of justice. An old man of very small size was sitting on a raised dais in the background. He seemed to be a judge or chieftain, or something like that, and all at once I knew that I was the accused. Someone said, He has killed him just before sunset by a shot from his rifle. He is guilty. One of the opposing party retorted. But he did not know whom he was killing, and he pronounced the name of God when he pulled the trigger. But those of the accusing party shouted, He did not pronounce it, whereupon the other party repeated all together in chorus, he did praise the name of God. And so it continued for a while, back and forth, accusation and defense, until in the end the defending party seemed to gain their point, and the judge in the background decided. He did not know whom he was killing, and he did praise the name of God. Lead him back. And the two men who had brought me to the hall of judgment took me under the arms again, led me back the same way into the great darkness out of which I had come, and laid me on the ground. I opened my eyes, and saw myself lying between a few sacks of grain which had been piled on both sides of me, and over them was stretched a piece of tent cloth to protect me from the rays of the sun. It seemed to be early forenoon, and my companions had evidently made camp. In the distance I could see our camels gazing on the slope of a hill. I wanted to raise my hand, but my limbs were extremely weary. When one of my companions bent his face over me, I said, "Coffee," for from nearby I heard the sound of the coffee motor. My friend jumped up. "He speaks! He speaks! He has come to!" And they brought me fresh hot coffee. I asked them, "Was I unconscious the whole night?" And they answered, "The whole night? Full 4 days thou didst not budge. We always loaded thee like a sack onto one of the camels, and unloaded thee again at night, and we thought that we would have to bury thee here. But praise be to him who gives and takes life, the living who never dies." So thou seest, my uncle, one should not kill a snake at sunset. And although half of my mind continues to smile at Zad's narrative, the other half seems to sense the weaving of unseen forces in the gathering dusk, an eerie commotion of sounds so fine that the ear can hardly grasp them, and a breath of hostility in the air, and I have a faint feeling of regret at having shot the snake at sunset. Section 2. In the afternoon of our third day out of Hail, we stopped to water our camels at the wells of Arja, in an almost circular valley enclosed between low hills. The two wells, large and full of sweet water, lie in the center of the valley. Each of them is the communal property of the tribe. The western one belongs to the Herb, the eastern to the Motair. The ground around them is as bald as the palm of one's hand, for every day around noon hundreds of camels and sheep are driven in from distant pastures to be watered here, and every little blade of grass which grows out of the soil is nibbled away before it can even take breath. As we arrive, the valley is full of animals, and every new flocks and herds appear from between the sun-drenched hills. Around the wells there is a great crowding and commotion, for it is not an easy thing to satisfy the thirst of so many animals. The herdsmen draw up the water in leather buckets on long ropes, accompanying their work with a chant to keep the multiple movements even. For the buckets are very big and, when filled with water, so heavy that many hands are needed to draw them out of the depth. From the well nearest us, the one that belongs to the Motair tribe, I can hear the men chant to the camels. "Drink, and spare no water. The well is full of grace and has no bottom." Half of the men sing the first verse, and the others the second, repeating both several times in quick tempo until the bucket appears over the rim of the well. Then the women take over and pour the water into leathern troughs. Scores of camels press forward, bellowing and snorting, quivering with excitement, crowding around the troughs, not visibly pacified by the men's soothing calls, "Ha-hoy! Ha-hoy!" One and another pushes its long, flexible neck forward, between or over its companions, so as to still its thirst as quickly as possible. There is a rocking and pushing, a swaying and thronging of light brown and dark brown, yellow-white and black-brown and honey-colored bodies, and the sharp, acrid smell of animal sweat and urine fills the air. In the meantime, the bucket has been filled again, and the herds draw it up to the quick accompaniment of another couplet. Naught can still the camel's thirst, but God's grace and the herdsman's toil. and the spectacle of rushing water, of drinking and slurping and calling and chanting starts all over again. An old man standing on the rim of the well raises his arm in our direction and calls out, "May God give you life, O wayfarers! Partake of our bounty." Whereupon several other men disentangle themselves from the crowd around the well and run towards us. One of them takes hold of my dromedary's halter and makes it kneel down, so that I may dismount in comfort. Quickly a way is made for our animals to the trough, and the women pour out water for them, for we are travelers, and therefore have a prior claim. "Is it not wonderful to behold," muses Zad, "how well these Harb and Mutair are keeping their peace now, so soon after they have been warring against each other? For it is only 3 years since the Mutair were in rebellion against the king, while the Harb were among his most faithful supporters. Dost thou remember, O my uncle, the last time we were here, how we bypassed Urja in a wide circle at night, not daring to approach the wells, not knowing whether friend or foe was here?" Zad is referring to the Great Bedouin Rebellion of 1928 and 1929, the culmination of a political drama which shook Ibn Saud's kingdom to its foundations, and for a time involved myself in it. When the curtain rose in 1927, peace was reigning in the vast realm of Saudi Arabia. King Ibn Saud's struggle for power was over. His rule in Najd was no longer contested by any rival dynasty. His was Hail and the Shamar country, and his too was the Hijaz after he had ousted the Sharifian dynasty in 1925. Outstanding among the king's warriors was that same redoubtable Bedouin chieftain, Faisal ad-Dawish, who had caused him so much worry in earlier years. Ad-Dawish had distinguished himself in the king's service and proved his loyalty time and time again. In 1921, he conquered Hail for the king. In 1924, he led a daring raid into Iraq, from where the Sharifian family, protected by the British, intrigued against Ibn Saud. In 1925, he took Medina and played a decisive role in the conquest of Jeddah. And now, in the summer of 1927, he was resting on his laurels in his Ikhwan settlement of Ardawiya, not far from the frontier of Iraq. For many years that frontier had been the scene of almost continuous Bedouin raids, arising from tribal migrations in search of pastures and water. But in a series of agreements between Ibn Saud and the British, who were responsible for Iraq as the mandatory power, it had been decided that no obstacles should be placed in the way of such necessary migrations, and that no fortifications of any kind should be erected on either side of the Najd-Iraq frontier. In the summer of 1927, however, the Iraqi government built and garrisoned a fort in the vicinity of the frontier wells of Bisaya, and officially announced its intention to build other forts along the frontier. A ripple of uneasiness ran through the tribes of northern Najd. They saw themselves threatened in their very existence, cut off from the wells on which they were entirely dependent. Ibn Saud protested against this open breach of agreements, only to receive, months later, an evasive answer from the British High Commissioner in Iraq. Faisal ad-Dawish, always a man of action, told himself, "It may not be convenient for the king to start a quarrel with the British, but I will dare it." And in the last days of October 1927, he set out at the head of his Ikhwan, attacked and destroyed the fort of Bisaya, giving no quarter to its Iraqi garrison. British aeroplanes appeared over the scene, reconnoitered the situation and withdrew, against their habit, without dropping a single bomb. It would have been easy for them to repel the raid, an action to which they were entitled by virtue of their treaties with Ibn Saud, and then to settle the problem of the forts by diplomatic negotiations. But was the British Iraqi government really interested in speedy, peaceful settlement of the dispute? Deputations from the northern Najdi tribes appeared before Ibn Saud and pleaded for a campaign against Iraq. Ibn Saud energetically refused all such demands, declared At-Tawish a transgressor, and ordered the Emir of Hail to keep close watch over the frontier regions. The financial allowances which the king was giving to most of the Ikhwan were temporarily cut off from the tribes under At-Tawish's control, and he himself was bidden to remain at At-Tawiyah and there await the king's judgment. The Iraqi government was officially informed of all these measures and notified that At-Tawish would be punished severely. At the same time, however, Ibn Saud demanded that in the future the frontier treaties be more strictly observed by Iraq. This new conflict could thus have been easily ironed out, but when matters had reached this point, the British High Commissioner let Ibn Saud know that he was sending out an air squadron to chastise At-Tawish's Ikhwan, who had long since returned to their home territory, and to force them to obedience toward their king. Since at the time there was no telegraph at Riyadh, Ibn Saud sent post-haste a courier to Bahrain, from where a telegram was dispatched to Baghdad, protesting against the proposed measure and invoking the treaties, which forbade either party to pursue lawbreakers across the frontier. He stressed that he had no need of British assistance in enforcing his authority over At-Tawish, and finally, he warned that a British air action over Najdi territory would have dangerous repercussions among the Ikhwan, who were already sufficiently stirred up. The warning remained unheeded. Toward the end of January 1928, 3 months after the Bisaya incident, a British squadron flew across the frontier and bombed Najdi territory, wreaking havoc among Motayri Bedouin encampments and indiscriminately killing men, women, children, and cattle. All the northern Ikhwan began to prepare for a campaign of vengeance against Iraq, and it was only thanks to Ibn Saud's great prestige among the tribes that the movement was stopped in time and confined to a few minor frontier skirmishes. In the meantime, the destroyed fort of Bisaya was quietly rebuilt by the British, and 2 new forts were erected on the Iraqi side of the border. Faisal al-Dawish, summoned to Riyadh, refused to come and justify an action which in his opinion had been undertaken in the king's own interest. Personal resentment added to his bitterness. He, Faisal al-Dawish, who had served the king so faithfully and so well, was only Emir of Artawiyah, which in spite of the large number of its inhabitants, was no more than an overgrown village. His leadership had been decisive in the conquest of Hail, but the king's cousin, Ibn Musad, and not he had been appointed Emir of Hail. During the Hijaz campaign it was he, At-Tawish, who besieged Medina for months and finally forced its surrender. But not he had been made its Emir. His passionate, frustrated urge for power gave him no rest. He said to himself, Ibn Saud belongs to the tribe of Anaza, and I to the tribe of Mutar. We are equal to another in the nobility of our descent. Why should I admit to Ibn Saud's superiority? Such reasoning has always been the curse of Arabian history. None will admit that another is better than he. One by one, other dissatisfied Ikhwan chieftains began to forget how much they owed to Ibn Saud. Among them was Sultan Ibn Bujad, Sheikh of the powerful Atayba tribe and Emir of Ghatat. one of the largest Ikhwan settlements in Najd. Victor of the Battle of Taraba in 1918 against the forces of Sharif Hussain, conqueror of Taif and Mecca in 1924. Why had he to be content with being no more than Amir of Ghatrat? Why had not he, but one of the king's sons, been made Amir of Mecca? Why had he not at least been appointed Amir of Taif? He, like Faisal ad-Dawish, saw himself cheated of what he considered his due. And since he was ad-Dawish's brother-in-law, it appeared only logical for the two to make common cause against Ibn Saud. In the autumn of 1928, Ibn Saud called a congress of chieftains and ulama to Riyadh with a view to solving all these disputes. Almost all tribal leaders came except Ibn Bujad and ad-Dawish. Adamant in their opposition, they declared Ibn Saud a heretic, for had he not made treaties with the infidels and introduced into the lands of the Arabs such instruments of the devil as motor cars, telephones, wireless sets and aeroplanes? The ulama assembled at Riyadh unanimously declared that such technical innovations were not only permissible, but most desirable from the religious point of view, since they increased the knowledge and strength of the Muslims, and that on the authority of the Prophet of Islam, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, treaties with non-Muslim powers were equally desirable if they brought peace and freedom to Muslims. But the two rebellious chieftains continued their denunciations, and found a ready echo among many of the simple Ikhwan, who did not possess sufficient knowledge to see anything but the influence of Satan in Ibn Saud's actions. His earlier failure to impart education to the Ikhwan and turn their religious fervor to positive ends began to bear its tragic fruit. The steeps of Najd were now humming like a beehive. Mysterious emissaries rode on fast dromedaries from tribe to tribe. Clandestine meetings of chieftains took place at remote wells. And finally the agitation against the king burst out in open revolt, drawing in many other tribes beside the Mutair and Ataiba. The king was patient. He tried to be understanding. He sent messengers to the recalcitrant tribal leaders and tried to reason with them, but in vain. Central and northern Arabia became the scene of widespread guerrilla warfare. The almost proverbial public security of the country vanished, and complete chaos reigned in Najd. Bands of rebel Ikhwan swept across it in all directions, attacking villages and caravans and tribes that had remained loyal to the king. After innumerable local skirmishes between rebel and loyal tribes, a decisive battle was fought on the plain of Sibila in central Najd in the spring of 1929. On one side was the king with a large force, on the other the Mutair and the Ataiba, supported by fractions from other tribes. The king was victorious. Ibn Bujad surrendered unconditionally and was brought in chains to Riyadh. Ad-Dawish was severely wounded and said to be dying. Ibn Saud, mildest of all Arabian kings, sent his personal physician to attend him, and that doctor, a young Syrian, diagnosed a serious injury to the liver, giving Ad-Dawish a week to live, whereupon the king decided, "We shall let him die in peace. He has received his punishment from God." He ordered that the wounded enemy be brought back to his family at Artawiya. But Ad-Dawish was far from dying. His injury was not nearly as serious as the young doctor had assumed, and within a few weeks he was sufficiently recovered to slip away from Artawiya, more than ever bent on revenge. Ad-Dawish's escape from Artawiya gave a new impetus to the rebellion. It was rumored that he himself was somewhere in the vicinity of the Kuwait frontier, recruiting new tribal allies to his own, still considerable force of Mutar. Among the first to join him were the Ajman, a small but valiant tribe living in the province of Al-Hasa near the Persian Gulf. Their sheikh, Ibn Hadlan, was Faisal ad-Dawesh's maternal uncle. Apart from this, there was no love lost between Ibn Saud and the Ajman. Years ago they had slain the king's younger brother Saad, and fearing his revenge had migrated to Kuwait. Subsequently, Ibn Saud had forgiven them and allowed them to return to their ancestral territory, but the old resentment continued to rankle. It flared up into open enmity when, during negotiations for a settlement, the Ajman chieftain and several of his followers were treacherously murdered in the camp of Ibn Saud's relative, the eldest son of the Emir of Al-Hasa. The alliance of the Ajman with the Mutar kindled a new spark among the Ataiba tribes in central Najd. After the capture of their Emir, Ibn Bujad, they had reassembled under a new chieftain, and now they rose once again against the king, forcing him to divert most of his strength from northern to central Najd. The fight was hard, but slowly Ibn Saud got the upper hand. Group after group, he overwhelmed the Ataiba, until in the end they offered to surrender. In a village halfway between Riyadh and Mecca, their sheikhs pledged fealty to the king, and the king again forgave them, hoping that at last he would have a free hand against At-Tawish and the rest of the rebels in the north. But hardly had he returned to Riyadh when the Ataiba broke their pledge for the second time and renewed their warfare. Now it was a fight to the finish. For a third time the Ataiba were defeated and almost decimated, and with the complete destruction of the Ikhwan settlement of Ghatghat, a town larger than Riyadh, the king's authority was re-established in central Najd. Meanwhile, the struggle in the north continued. Faisal ad-Dawesh and his allies were now solidly entrenched in the vicinity of the border. Ibn Musad, the Emir of Hail, attacked them time and time again in behalf of the king. Twice it was reported that ad-Dawesh had been killed, and both times the tidings proved false. He lived on, stubbornly and uncompromisingly. His eldest son and 700 of his warriors fell in battle, but he fought on. The question cropped up. From where does ad-Dawesh receive the money, which even in Arabia is necessary for waging war? From where his arms and ammunition? Vague reports became current that the rebel, once so bitterly critical of Ibn Saud's treaty relations with the infidels, was now himself treating with the British. Rumor had it that he was a frequent visitor in Kuwait. Could he be doing this, people asked themselves, without the knowledge of the British authorities? Was it not possible, rather, that turmoil in the lands of Ibn Saud suited their own purpose only too well? One evening in Riyadh, in the summer of 1929, I had gone to bed early and before falling asleep was diverting myself with an old book on the dynasties of Oman, when Zad abruptly came into my room. "There is a man here from the Shuyukh. He wants to see thee at once." I hurriedly dressed and went to the castle. Ibn Saud was awaiting me in his private apartments, sitting cross-legged on a divan with heaps of Arabic newspapers around him, and one from Cairo in his hands. He answered my greeting briefly, and without interrupting his reading, motioned me to his side on the divan. After a while he looked up, glanced at the slave who was standing by the door, and indicated with a movement of his hand that he wished to be left alone with me. As soon as the slave had closed the door behind him, the king laid down the newspaper and looked at me for a while from behind his glittering glasses, as if he had not seen me for a long time, although I had spent some hours with him that very morning. Busy with writing? No, O long of age. I have not written anything for weeks. Those were interesting articles thou hast written about our frontier problems with Iraq. He was evidently referring to a series of dispatches I had written for my continental newspapers about 2 months earlier. Some of them had also appeared in a newspaper in Cairo where, I flatter myself, they helped to clarify a very involved situation. Knowing the king, I was certain that he was not speaking at random, but had something definite in mind. And so I remained silent, waiting for him to continue. He did continue. Perhaps thou wouldst like to write something more about what is happening in Najd, about this rebellion and what it portends. There was a trace of passion in his voice as he went on. The Sharifian family hates me. Those sons of Hussein who now rule in Iraq and Transjordan will always hate me, for they cannot forget that I have taken the Hijaz from them. They would like my realm to break up, for then they could return to the Hijaz, and their friends, who pretend to be my friends as well, might not dislike it either. They did not build those forts for nothing. They wanted to cause me trouble and to push me away from their frontiers. From behind Ibn Saud's words I could hear jumbled, ghostly sounds, the rolling and rushing of railroad trains which, though still imaginary, might easily become real tomorrow, the spectre of a British railroad running from Haifa to Basra. Rumors of such a plan had been rampant for years. It was well known that the British were concerned about securing the land route to India, and this indeed was the meaning of their mandates over Palestine, Transjordan, and Iraq. A railroad from the Mediterranean to the Persian Gulf would not only form a new, valuable link in Britain's imperial communications, but would also afford greater protection to the oil pipeline that was to be laid from Iraq across the Syrian desert to Haifa. On the other hand, a direct rail connection between Haifa and Basra would have to cut across Ibn Saud's northeastern provinces, and the king would never even entertain such a suggestion. Was it not possible that the building of forts along the Iraq-Najd frontier, in flagrant contravention of all the existing agreements, represented the first stage of a carefully devised scheme to bring about enough disturbance within this critical area to justify the establishment of a small, semi-independent buffer state more amenable to the British? Faisal at-Dawish could serve this purpose as well as, or perhaps even better than, a member of the Sharifian family, for he was a Najdi himself and had a strong following among the Ikhwan. That his alleged religious fanaticism was only a mask was obvious to anyone acquainted with his past. What he really wanted was power alone. There was no doubt that, left to himself, he could not have held out for so long against Ibn Saud. But had he been left to himself? After a long pause, the king continued. I have been thinking, as everyone has, about the supplies of arms and ammunition that Dawish seems to have at his disposal. He has plenty of them, and plenty of money too, it has been reported to me. I wonder whether thou wouldst not like to write about these things. I mean those mysterious sources of Dawish's supplies. I have my own suspicions about them, perhaps even more than suspicions, but I would like thee to find out for thyself all thou canst, for I may be wrong. So that was it. Although the king spoke almost casually, in a conversational tone, it was obvious that he had weighed every word before he uttered it. I looked hard at him. His face, so grave a moment before, broke into a broad smile. He placed his hand on my knee and shook it. I want thee, O my son, to find out for thyself. I repeat, for thyself, from where At-Tawish is getting his rifles, his ammunition and the money he is throwing about so lavishly. There is hardly any doubt in my mind, but I wish that someone like thee, who is not directly involved, would tell the world of the crooked truth behind At-Tawish's rebellion. I think thou wilt be able to find out the truth. Ibn Saud knew what he was doing. He has always known that I love him, although I often disagree with his policies and never make a secret of my disagreement. He has never withheld his confidence from me and often asks my advice. He trusts me all the more, I believe, because he is well aware that I do not expect any personal gain from him and would not even accept a post in his government, for I want to remain free. And so on that memorable evening in the summer of 1929, he calmly suggested to me that I should go out and explore the web of political intrigue behind the Ikhwan rebellion, a mission which probably entailed personal risk and certainly could be accomplished only at the cost of strenuous efforts. But the shuyukh was not disappointed in my reactions. Apart from my affection for him and his country, the task which he now entrusted to me seemed to promise an exciting adventure, not to speak of a possible journalistic scoop. Over my eyes and my head be thy command, O long of age. I immediately replied, I shall certainly do what I can. Of that I have no doubt, O Muhammad, and I expect thee to keep thy mission a secret. There may be danger in it. What about thy wife? The wife was a girl from Riyadh whom I had married the previous year, but I was able to assure the king on this point. She will not cry, O Imam. It was only today that I was thinking of divorcing her. We do not seem to suit one another. Ibn Saud smiled knowingly, for divorcing a wife was a thing not unfamiliar to him. But what about other people, thy kinsfolk? There is no one, I believe, who would mourn should anything happen to me, except, of course, Dad. But he will accompany me in any case, and the things that befall me will befall him as well. That is all to the good, replied the king. And oh, before I forget, thou wilt require some funds for the undertaking. And slipping his hand under the cushion behind him, he drew out a purse and thrust it into my hand. From its weight I immediately guessed that it was filled with golden sovereigns. I remember thinking to myself, how certain he must have been, even before he asked me, that I would accept his suggestion. Back in my quarters, I called Zad, who had been awaiting my return. If I should ask thee, Zad, to accompany me on an enterprise that might prove dangerous, wouldst thou go with me? Zad replied, Dost thou think, O my uncle, that I would let thee go alone, whatever the danger? But where are we going? We are going to find out from where At-Tawish is getting his arms and his money. But the king insists that no one should know what we are doing until it has been done, so thou must be on guard. Zad did not even bother to reassure me, but turned instead to the more practical question. We can't very well ask At-Tawish or his men. How then do we set about it? On my way back from the castle I had been ruminating over this problem. It appeared to me that the best starting point would be one of the cities of central Najd, where there were many merchants who had intimate connections with Iraq and Kuwait. Finally I settled upon Shakra, the capital of the province of Washam, about 3 days' journey from Riyadh, where my friend Abdurrahman as-Sabai might be able to help me. The following day was occupied with preparations for our expedition. As I did not want to attract too much attention to my movements, I cautioned Zad not to draw provisions, as was customary with us, from the king's storehouses, but to purchase everything we needed from the bazaar. By evening, Zad had collected the necessary assortment of foodstuffs, about 20 pounds of rice, the same amount of flour for bread, a small skin containing clarified butter, dates, coffee beans, and salt. He had also bought 2 new water skins, a leather bucket, and a goat hair rope long enough for very deep wells. We were already well provided with arms and ammunition. Into our saddlebags we stuffed 2 changes of clothing per man, and each of us wore a heavy abaya which, together with the blankets over our saddles, would serve as covering on cool nights. Our dromedaries, which had spent several weeks at pasture, were in excellent condition. The one I had recently given to Zad was an extremely fleet Omani racer, while I rode the beautiful old northern thoroughbred, which had once belonged to the last Rashidi Amir of Hail, and had been presented to me by Ibn Saud. After nightfall we rode out of Riyadh. By dawn we reached Wadi Hanifa, a deep, barren river bed between steep hills, the site of the decisive battle fought over 1300 years ago between the Muslim forces of Abu Bakr radiallahu ta'ala anhu, the Prophet's successor and first Caliph of Islam, and those of the false prophet, Musaylima, who for many years had opposed the Muslims. The battle signaled the final victory of Islam in Central Arabia. Many of the original companions of the Prophet fell in it, and their graves are visible to this day on the rocky slopes of the Wadi. During the forenoon we passed the ruined city of Ayana, once a large populous settlement, stretching along both banks of Wadi Hanifa. Between rows of tamarisks lay the remnants of the past, broken down house walls with the crumbling pillars of a mosque, or the ruin of a palatial building rising here and there, all of them speaking of a higher, more gracious style of architecture than that of the simple mud buildings one sees in present-day Najd. It is said that until about 150 or 200 years ago, the entire coast of Wadi Hanifa from Darija, the original capital of the Ibn Saud dynasty, to Ayana, a distance of over 15 miles, was one single city, and that when a son was born to the Amir of Darija, the news of his birth, passed along from rooftop to rooftop by the women, travelled within minutes to the utmost end of Ayana. The story of Ayana's decay is so clouded by legends that it is difficult to discern the historical facts. Most probably the town was destroyed by the first Saudi ruler when it refused to accept the teachings of Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab. But Wahhabi legend has it that as a sign of God's wrath, all the wells of Ayana dried up in a single night, forcing the inhabitants to abandon the city. At noon of the third day we sighted the mud walls and bastions of Shakra and the high palms which towered above its houses. We rode between empty orchards and through empty streets, and only then we remembered that it was Friday and that everyone must be at the mosque. Off and on we encountered a woman cloaked from head to toe in a black abaya. She would start at the sight of the strangers and draw her veil across her face with a quick, shy movement. Here and there children played in the shadow of the houses. A solid warmth was brooding over the crowns of the palms. We went straight to the house of my good friend, Abdurrahman as-Sabai, who at that time was in charge of the Bayt al-Mal, or treasury of the province. We dismounted before the open gate, and Zad called into the courtyard. Ya walad, oh boy! and as a servant boy came running out of the house, Zad announced, "Guests are here." While Zad and the boy busied themselves with unsaddling the dromedaries in the courtyard, I made myself at home in Abdurrahman's kahwa, where another servant immediately lit a fire under the brass pots on the coffee hearth. Hardly had I drunk the first sip when voices became audible from the courtyard. Questions and answers rang out. The master of the house had returned. Already from the staircase, still invisible, he shouted his greeting of welcome to me, and then appeared in the doorway with open arms. A delicate little man with a short, light brown beard and a pair of deep-set, humorous eyes in a smiling face. In spite of the heat, he wore a long fur coat under his abaya. This fur coat was one of his most treasured possessions. He never tired of telling everyone who was not already aware of its history that it had once belonged to the former king of the Hijaz, Sharif Hussain, and had fallen into his, Abdurrahman's hands at the conquest of Mecca in 1924. I cannot remember even having seen him without that coat. He embraced me warmly and, standing on his toes, kissed me on both cheeks. Ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaba. Welcome to this lowly house, O my brother. Lucky is the yard that brings thee here. And then came the usual questions. Whence and where to? And how is the king? And was there rain on the way? Or didst thou at least hear of rains? The whole traditional exchange of Arabian news. I told him that Aneza, in central Najd, was my destination, which was not quite true but could well have been. In earlier years, Abdurrahman had been engaged in extensive trade between Najd and Iraq and was thoroughly familiar with both Basra and Kuwait. It was not difficult to get him to talk of those places and to sound him out about people who might recently have arrived from there, for it seemed to me that with Faisal ad-Dawesh being reported so near the border of Kuwait, either that place or Basra might furnish some indication as to his source of supplies. I learned that a member of the well-known Al-Bassam family of Aneza, an old acquaintance of mine, had recently visited Kuwait on the way back from Basra, and not wanting to expose himself to the hazards of a journey through rebel-infested territory, had returned via Bahrain to Najd. He was in Shakra at present, and if I wanted, Abdurrahman would send for him. For in accordance with ancient Arabian custom, it is for the new arrival to be visited rather than to pay visits. Soon afterward, Abdullah al-Bassam joined us in Abdurrahman's kahwa. Abdullah, although belonging to perhaps the most important family of businessmen in all Najd, was not himself a rich man. His life had been full of ups and downs, mostly downs, experienced not only in Najd but also in Cairo, Baghdad, Basra, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Bombay. He knew everybody who was anybody in those places and carried in his shrewd head a store of information about everything that was going on in Arab countries. I told him that I had been asked by a German business firm to explore the possibilities of importing agricultural machinery into Kuwait and Basra. And since I had been offered a fat commission by the firm, I was anxious to find out which of the local merchants in those two towns were likely to entertain such a proposition. Al-Bassam mentioned several names, and then added, "I am sure that some of the Kuwaiti people will be interested in thy project. They are always importing things from abroad, and nowadays trade seems to be quite lively, so lively that large consignments of silver reals are arriving almost every day directly from the mint at Trieste." The mention of the silver reals gave me a jolt. This particular kind of real, the Maria Theresa Taylor, constituted, side by side with the official Arabian currencies, the chief commercial coinage of the entire peninsula. It was minted at Trieste and sold at its silver value, plus a small minting charge to the various governments and also to a few outstanding merchants with large trade interests among the Bedouins. For the Bedouins were averse to accepting paper money and took only gold or silver, preferably Maria Theresa thalers. Large imports of these coins by Kuwaiti traders seemed to indicate that a brisk business was going on between them and the Bedouins. Why? I asked Al-Bassam. Should Kuwaiti merchants import rials just now? I do not know, he replied with a trace of perplexity in his voice. They talk of buying meat camels from Bedouins near Kuwait for sale in Iraq, where the prices are high nowadays, though I do not quite see how they expect to find many camels in the steppes around Kuwait in these disturbed times. I should rather think, he added with a laugh, that it would be more profitable to buy riding camels in Iraq and to sell them to At-Tawish and his men. But of course, At-Tawish would not have the money to pay for them. Would he not indeed? That night, before going to bed in the room assigned to us by our host, I drew Zad into a corner and told him, "We are going to Kuwait." "It will not be easy, O my uncle," replied Zad, but the gleam in his eyes spoke more eloquently than his words of his readiness to embark on something that was not only not easy, but extremely dangerous. It would of course be child's play to travel across territory controlled by forces and tribes loyal to the king, but for at least 100 miles or so before reaching the borders of Kuwait, we would be entirely on our own in the midst of hostile territory, through which the rebellious Mutair and Ajman tribesmen were roaming. We could, of course, travel to Kuwait by sea via Bahrain, but that would require a permit from the British authorities and thus expose all our movements to the closest scrutiny. The same objection would apply to traveling via Al-Jawf and the Syrian desert into Iraq, and thence to Kuwait, for it would be too optimistic to suppose that we could slip through the many control points in Iraq. There remained, therefore, nothing but the direct overland route to Kuwait. How to penetrate undetected into the town itself was a question that could not be easily answered at present. And so we left it to the future, trusting in our luck and hoping for unforeseen opportunities. Abdurrahman as-Sabai wanted me to stay with him for some days, but when I pleaded urgent business, he let us go the next morning, after augmenting our food supply by a quantity of dried camel meat, a delicious addition to the rather monotonous fare ahead of us. He also insisted that I should visit him on my return journey, to which in truth I could only answer, Insha'Allah, God willing. From Shakra we travelled for 4 days toward northeast without encountering anything unusual. On one occasion we were stopped by a detachment of loyal Awazim Bedouins, who formed part of Amir ibn Musad's forces. But my open letter from the king immediately put them at rest, and after the customary exchange of desert tidings, we continued on our way. Before dawn of the 5th day, we approached a region over which Ibn Saud's arm no longer extended. From now on day travel was out of the question. Our only safety lay in darkness and stealth. We made camp in a convenient gully not far from the main course of the great Wadi al-Rumah, the ancient dry river bed that runs across northern Arabia toward the head of the Persian Gulf. The gully was thickly overhung with fudge bushes, which would afford us some cover as long as we kept close to the almost vertical bank. We hobbled our camels securely, fed them a mixture of coarse barley flour and date kernels, thus obviating the necessity of letting them out to pasture, and settled down to await the nightfall. We did not dare light a fire, for even in daytime its smoke might betray us, and so we had to content ourselves with a meal of dates and water. How sound our precautions were became evident in the late afternoon, when the strains of a Bedouin riding chant suddenly struck our ears. We took hold of our camels' muzzles to prevent them from snorting or bellowing, and pressed ourselves, rifle in hand, flat against the protecting wall of the gully. The chanting grew louder as the unknown riders approached. We could already discern the words, La ilaha illallah, La ilaha illallah. There is no God but God. There is no God but God. The usual Ikhwan substitute for the more worldly travel chants of unreformed Bedouins. There was no doubt that these were Ikhwan, and in this area they could only be hostile Ikhwan. After a while they appeared over the crest of a hillock, just above the bank of the gully, a group of 8 or 10 camel riders slowly advancing in single file, sharply outlined against the afternoon sky, each of them wearing the white Ikhwan turban over his red and white checkered kufiya, 2 bandoliers across the chest, and a rifle slung on the saddle bag behind him. A somber and forbidding cavalcade, swaying forward and backward, in rhythm with the gait of the dromedaries, and the great but now so misused words, La ilaha illallah. The sight was impressive and at the same time pathetic. These were men to whom their faith obviously meant more than anything else in life. They thought they were fighting for its purity and for the greater glory of God, not knowing that their fervor and their longing had been harnessed to the ambitions of an unscrupulous leader in quest of personal power. They were on their right side of the gully as far as we were concerned, for had they been riding on the opposite side, they would have seen us as plainly as we could now see them from beneath the protective overhang of the bushes. When, with the lilt of the creed on their lips, they disappeared from view down the hill, we sighed with relief. They are like jinns, whispered Zad. Yes, like the jinns who know neither joy of life nor fear of death. They are brave and strong in faith, no one can deny that, but all they dream about is blood and death and paradise. And as if in defiance of the Ikhwan's gloomy puritanism, he began to sing Soto Vose, a very worldly Syrian love song, O thou maiden of golden brown flesh. As soon as it was quite dark, we resumed our surreptitious march in the direction of distant Kuwait. Look there, oh my uncle, Zad suddenly exclaimed. A fire! It was too small a fire for a Bedouin encampment. A lonely herdsman, perhaps? But what herdsman would dare light a fire here unless he were one of the rebels? Still, it would be better to find out. If it was only one man, we could easily take care of him and also possibly gather some precious information about enemy movements in the area. The soil was sandy and the feet of our camels made almost no noise as we cautiously approached the fire. In its light, we could now make out the crouching figure of a solitary Bedouin. He seemed to be peering into the darkness in our direction, and then, as if satisfied with what he had seen, he rose without hurry, crossed his arms over his chest, perhaps to indicate that he was unarmed, and calmly, without the least appearance of fright, awaited our coming. Who art thou? Zad called out sharply, his rifle pointed at the ragged stranger. The Bedouin smiled slowly and answered in a deep, sonorous voice, "I am a Sulubi." The reason for his calm now became obvious. The strange, gypsy-like tribe, or rather group of tribes, to which he belonged had never taken part in Arabia's almost unceasing Bedouin warfare. Enemies to none, they were attacked by none. The Suluba have remained to this day an enigma to all explorers. Nobody really knows their origin. That they are not Arabs is certain. Their blue eyes and light brown hair belie their sunburnt skins and carry a memory of northern regions. The ancient Arab historians tell us that they are descendants of crusaders who had been taken prisoner by Saladin and brought to Arabia, where they later became Muslims. And indeed, the name Suluba has the same root as the word Salib, that is cross, and Salibi, which means crusader. Whether this explanation is correct is difficult to say. In any case, the Bedouins regard the Suluba as non-Arabs and treat them with something like tolerant contempt. They explain this contempt, which contrasts sharply with the Arabs' otherwise so pronounced sense of human equality, by asserting that these people are not really Muslims by conviction and do not live like Muslims. They point out that the Suluba did not marry, but are promiscuous like dogs, without consideration even of close blood relationship, and that they eat carrion, which Muslims consider unclean. But this may be a post factum rationalization. I am rather inclined to think that it was the awareness of the Suluba's racial strangeness that caused the extremely race-conscious Bedouin to draw a magic circle of contempt around them, an instinctive defense against blood mixture, which must have been very tempting in the case of the Suluba, for they are, almost without exception, beautiful people, taller than most of the Arabs, and of a great regularity of features. The women, especially, are very lovely, full of an elusive grace of body and movement. But whatever the cause, the Bedouins' contempt for the Suluba has made their life secure, for anyone who attacks or harms them is deemed by his kinsfolk to have forfeited his honor. Apart from this, the Suluba are highly esteemed by all desert dwellers as veterinarians, saddle makers, tinkers, and smiths. The Bedouin, though despising handicraft too much to practice it himself, is nevertheless in need of it, and the Suluba are there to help him in his need. They are also efficient herdsmen, and above all, unquestioned masters in the art of hunting. Their ability to read tracks is almost legendary, and the only people who can compare with them in this respect are the Al Murra Bedouins on the northern fringes of the empty quarter. Relieved at finding that our new acquaintance was a Sulubi, I told him frankly that we were Ibn Saud's men, which was quite safe in view of the respect which these people have for authority, and requested him to extinguish his fire. This done, we settled on the ground for a lengthy conversation. He could not tell us much about the disposition of Ad-Dawesh's forces, for he said, they are always on the move, like jinns, never resting at one place for long. It transpired, however, that no large concentration of hostile Ikhwan happened to be in our immediate vicinity just now, although small parties were constantly crossing the desert in all directions. An idea suddenly struck me. Might we not utilize the Sulubi's instinct for hunting and pathfinding to lead us to Kuwait? Hast thou ever been to Kuwait? I asked him. The Sulubi laughed. Many times. I have sold gazelle skins there, and clarified butter and camel wool. Why, it is only 10 days since I returned from there. Then thou couldst perhaps guide us to Kuwait? I mean, guide us in such a manner as to avoid meeting Ikhwan on the way. For a few moments the Sulubi pondered over this question. Then he replied hesitantly, I might, but it would be dangerous for me to be caught by the Ikhwan in thy company. I might though, but it would cost thee a lot. How much? Well, and I could discern the tremor of greed in his voice. Well, O master, if thou wouldst give me 100 rials, I might guide thee and thy friend to Kuwait in such a manner that none but the birds of the sky would set eyes on us. 100 rials was equivalent to 10 sovereigns, a ridiculously small sum considering what it would mean to us. But the Sulubi had probably never in his life held so much cash in his hands. I shall give thee 100 rials, 20 now and the rest after we reach Kuwait. Our prospective guide had obviously not expected his demand to be so readily granted. Perhaps he regretted that he had not set his price higher, for as an afterthought, he added, But what about my dromedary? If I ride with you to Kuwait and then back, the poor beast will be worn out entirely, and I have only one. Not wishing to prolong the negotiations, I promptly replied, I shall buy thy dromedary. Thou shalt ride it to Kuwait, and there I shall hand it to thee as a gift. But thou must lead us back as well. That was more than he could have hoped for. With great alacrity he rose, disappeared into the darkness and reappeared after a few minutes, leading an old but beautiful and obviously hardy animal. After some haggling, we settled upon 150 rials as its price, on the understanding that I would pay him 50 now, and the rest, together with his reward, in Kuwait. Zad fetched a purse filled with rials from one of our saddlebags, and I started counting the coins into the lap of the Sulubi. From the depths of his bedraggled tunic, he drew out a piece of cloth in which his money was tied. And as he started to add my rials to his hoard, the glitter of a new coin caught my eye. Stop! I exclaimed, placing my hand over his. Let me see that shining rial of thine. With a hesitant gesture, as if afraid of being robbed, the Sulubi laid the coin gingerly on the palm of my hand. It felt sharp-edged, like a new coin, but to make sure I lit a match and looked at it closely. It was indeed a new Maria Theresa Taylor, as new as if it had just left the mint. And when I held the match over the rest of the Sulubi's money, I discovered 5 or 6 more coins of the same startling newness. Where didst thou get these rials? I came by them honestly, O my master, I swear. I did not steal them. A Mutairi gave them to me some weeks ago near Kuwait. He bought a new camel saddle from me because his was broken. A Mutairi? Art thou certain? I am certain, O my master, and may God kill me if I speak a lie. He was of Tawish's men, one of a party that had recently been fighting against the Amir of Hail. It surely was not wrong to take money from him for a saddle. I could not well refuse, and I am sure that a shuyukh, may God lengthen his life, will understand this. I reassured him that the king would not bear any malice toward him, and his anxiety subsided. On questioning him further, I found that many other Suluba had received such new rials from various partisans of Tawish in exchange for goods or small services. Our Sulubi indeed proved himself an outstanding guide. For 3 nights he led us a meandering course across rebel territory, over pathless stretches which even Zad, who knew this country well, had never seen before. The days were spent in hiding. The Sulubi was a past master at finding unsuspected places of concealment. On one occasion he led us to a waterhole which, he told us, was unknown even to the Bedouins of the region. Its brackish, brown water assuaged the thirst of our camels and enabled us to refill our water skins. Only twice did we see groups of Ikhwans in the distance, but on neither occasion were they allowed to see us. In the forenoon of the fourth morning after our meeting with the Sulubi, we came within sight of the town of Kuwait. We did not approach it from the southwest, as travelers from Najd would have done, but from the west, along the road from Basra, so that anyone who met us would think we were Iraqi traders. Once in Kuwait, we made ourselves at home in the compound of a merchant with whom Zad was acquainted from his days in the Iraqi constabulary. A damp, oppressive heat lay over the sandy streets and the houses built of sun-baked mud bricks, and, accustomed to the open steeps of Najd, I was soon drenched with perspiration. But there was no time for rest. Leaving the Sulubi in charge of the camels, with the strict injunction not to mention to anyone from where we had come, Zad and I proceeded to the bazaar to make our preliminary investigations. Not being familiar with Kuwait myself, and not wishing to make Zad more conspicuous by my presence, I remained for about an hour alone in a coffee shop, drinking coffee and smoking a narghil. When Zad had last reappeared, it was obvious from his triumphant expression that he had found out something of importance. Let us go outside, O my uncle. It is easier to talk in the marketplace without being overheard. And here I have brought something for thee, and for me as well. And from under his abaya, he produced two Iraqi igals of thick, loosely plaited brown wool. These will make Iraqis of us. Through discreet inquiries, Zad ascertained that a former partner of his, a companion of his old smuggling days in the Persian Gulf, was now living in Kuwait, apparently still engaged in his accustomed trade. If there is anyone who can tell us something about gun running in this town, it is Bandar. He is a Shamar like myself, one of those stubborn fools who could never fully reconcile themselves to Ibn Saud's rule. We must not let him know that we are working for the shuyukh, and I think not even from where we have come, for Bandar is not really a fool. He is a very cunning man. Indeed, he has tricked me too often in the past that I should trust him now. We finally traced the man to a house in a narrow lane close to the main bazaar. He was tall and thin, perhaps 40 years of age, with close-set eyes and a sour, dyspeptic expression, but his features lit up in genuine pleasure when he beheld Zad. Because of my light skin, I was introduced as a Turk who had settled in Baghdad and had been engaged in exporting Arab horses from Basra to Bombay. But it does not pay nowadays to bring horses to Bombay, added Zad. Those merchants from Aneza and Buraida have completely cornered the market there. I know, replied Bandar. Those dirty southerners of Ibn Saud are not content with having taken away our country. They are bent on taking away our livelihood as well. But what about gun running, Bandar? Asked Zad. There should be a lot of business here, with all these Motair and Ajman desirous of twisting Ibn Saud's neck, eh? There was a lot of business, replied Bandar, with a shrug of his shoulders. Until a few months ago I was making quite good money buying up rifles in Transjordan and selling them to the people of Dawish. But now all that is finished, entirely finished. You couldn't sell a single rifle now. How is that? I should think Dawish would need them more than ever before. Yes, retorted Bandar. So he does, but he gets them at a price for which one like thee or me could never afford to sell. He gets them in cases from overseas, English rifles, almost new, and he pays 10 rials for a rifle with 200 rounds of ammunition. Praise be unto God! Exclaimed Zed in genuine astonishment. 10 rials for an almost new rifle with 200 rounds. But that is impossible. It really did seem impossible, for at that time used Lee Enfield rifles cost in nudged about 30 to 35 rials apiece, without ammunition. And even if one took into consideration that the prices at Kuwait might be lower than in Najd, the tremendous difference was still unaccountable. Bandar smiled wryly. Well, it seems that the Dawesh has powerful friends, very powerful friends. Some say that one day he will become an independent Amir in northern Najd. What thou sayest, O Bandar, I interposed, is all well and good. Perhaps At-Dawesh will really make himself independent of Ibn Saud. But he has no money, and without money even the great Alexander could not have built a kingdom. Bandar broke out into a loud guffaw. Money? At-Dawesh has plenty of that. Plenty of new rials which come to him in cases, like the rifles from beyond the sea. Cases of rials? But that is very strange. From where could a Bedouin obtain cases of new rials? That I do not know, replied Bandar. But I do know that almost daily some of his men are taking delivery of new rials that are reaching them through various merchants in the city. Why, only yesterday I saw Farhan ibn Mashur at the port supervising the unloading of such cases. This was indeed news. I knew Farhan well. He was a grandnephew of that famous Syrian Bedouin prince, Nuri Ashalan, who had once fought together with Lawrence against the Turks. I had first met young Farhan in 1924 in Damascus, where he was notorious for his revels in all the doubtful places of entertainment. Some time afterward, he fell out with his great-uncle, migrated with a subsection of his tribe, the Ruwala, to Najd, where he suddenly became pious and joined the Ikhwan movement. I met him again in 1927 in Ibn Musad's castle at Hail, but then he donned the huge white turban of the Ikhwan as a symbol of his new-found faith, and was enjoying the bounty of the king. When I reminded him of our previous meetings in Damascus, he quickly changed the subject. Stupid and ambitious as he was, he had seen in At-Dawish's revolt an opportunity to achieve an independent emirate for himself in Al-Jawf, an oasis north of the great Nufud, for in Arabia as elsewhere, rebels follow the time-honored practice of dividing the lion's skin before the lion has been killed. So Farhan is here in Kuwait? I asked Bandar. Of course. He comes here as often as a Dawesh and goes freely in and out of the Sheikh's palace. The Sheikh, they say, has a great liking for him. But do not the British object to a Dawesh's and Farhan's coming to Kuwait? I seem to remember that some months ago they announced that they would not allow a Dawesh or his people to enter this territory. Bandar guffawed again. So they did, so they did. But I have told thee, At-Dawesh has very powerful friends. I am not sure whether he is in town just now, but Farhan is. He goes every evening to the great mosque for the Maghrib prayer. Thou canst see him there with thine own eyes if thou dost not believe me. And see him we did. When taking Bandar's hint, Zaid and I strolled in the early evening in the vicinity of the great mosque. We almost collided with a group of Bedouins, unmistakably Najdi in bearing, who emerged from around a street corner. At their head was a man in his middle 30s, somewhat shorter than the tall Bedouins who surrounded and followed him. his handsome face adorned by a short black beard. I recognized him at once. I do not know to this day whether he recognized me. His eyes met mine for a moment, swept over me with a puzzled expression, as if he were trying to recall a dim memory, and then turned away. And an instant later he and his retinue were lost in the throng of people moving toward the mosque. We decided not to extend our clandestine sojourn in Kuwait unduly by waiting for an opportunity to see At-Dawesh as well. Bandar's revelations were confirmed by Zad's adroit inquiries from other acquaintances in the town. At-Dawesh's mysterious supplies of Lee-Enfield rifles, only superficially disguised as purchases, clearly pointed to a Kuwaiti merchant who had always been prominent as an importer of arms. At the large amounts of mint new Maria Theresa reals that circulated in the bazaars of Kuwait were in almost every case traceable to At-Dawesh and the men around him. Short of seeing his actual depots and examining the consignment papers, which was scarcely within the realm of likelihood, we had enough evidence to confirm the suspicions the king had voiced during his talk with me. My mission was completed, and in the following night we made our way out of Kuwait as stealthily as we had come. During Zad's and my investigations in the bazaars, our Sulubi had found out that there were no rebel groups at the moment to the south of Kuwait. And so to the south we went, in the direction of Al-Hassa province, which was firmly under the control of the king. After 2 strenuous night marches, we encountered, not far from the coast, a detachment of Banu Hajar Bedouins who had been sent out by the Emir of Al-Hassa to reconnoiter the latest positions of the rebels, and in their company we re-entered loyal territory. Once safely within Ibn Saud's realm, we parted from our Sulubi guide who, contentedly pocketing his well-earned reward, rode away toward the west on the camel I had presented to him, while we continued southward in the direction of Riyadh. The series of articles which I subsequently wrote made it clear for the first time that the rebels were being supported by a great European power. They pointed out that the basic aim of these intrigues was to push Ibn Saud's frontiers southward and ultimately to convert his northernmost province into an independent principality between Saudi Arabia and Iraq, which would allow the British to build a railway line across its territory. Apart from this, At-Dawesh's rebellion offered a welcome means to bring about so much confusion in Ibn Saud's kingdom that he would be in no position to resist, as he had hitherto done, Britain's demands for 2 important concessions, one of them being the lease of the Red Sea port of Rabigh, north of Jeddah, where the British had long wanted to establish a naval base, and the other, control of that sector of the Damascus-Medina railway, which runs through Saudi territory. A defeat of Ibn Saud at the hands of At-Dawesh would have brought these schemes well within the realm of practical possibility. A flash of sensation followed the publication of my articles in the European and Arabic, mainly Egyptian press, and it may well be that the premature disclosure of all that secret planning contributed something to its subsequent frustration. At any rate, the plan of a British railway from Haifa to Basra was allowed to lapse into oblivion in spite of the large sums which appeared to have been spent for preliminary surveys, and was never heard of again. What happened afterward is a matter of history. That same summer of 1929, Ibn Saud protested to the British against the freedom accorded At-Dawesh to purchase arms and ammunition at Kuwait. Since he had no tangible proof that these arms were being supplied by a foreign power, the king could protest only against the sales as such. The British authorities replied that it was the traders in Kuwait who were supplying arms to the rebels, and that Britain could do nothing to stop this, since in the Treaty of Jeddah of 1927 they had lifted their embargo on the import of arms to Arabia. If Ibn Saud wanted, they said, he too could import arms via Kuwait. When Ibn Saud objected that the very same treaty obliged both Britain and Saudi Arabia to prevent in their territories all activities directed against the security of the other party, he received the answer that Kuwait could not be termed British territory, since it was an independent sheikhdom with which Britain had no more than treaty relations. And so the civil war continued. In the late autumn of 1929, Ibn Saud personally took the field, this time determined to pursue at-Tawish even into Kuwait, if, as had always been the case in the past, that territory remained open to the rebels as a refuge and base for further operations. In the face of this determined attitude, which Ibn Saud took care to communicate to the British authorities, they apparently realized that it would be too risky to pursue their game further. British aeroplanes and armored cars were sent out to prevent at-Tawish from retreating against into Kuwaiti territory. The rebel realized that his cause was lost. Never would he be able to withstand the king in open battle, and so he started to negotiate. The king's terms were crisp and clear. The rebel tribes must surrender. Their arms, horses, and dromedaries would be taken away from them. At-Tawish's life would be spared, but he would have to spend the rest of his days in Riyadh. At-Tawish, always so active and full of movement, could not resign himself to inaction and immobility. He refused the offer. Fighting a last-ditch battle against the overwhelming forces of the king, the rebels were completely routed. At-Tawish and a few other leaders, among them Farhan ibn Mashur and Naif Abu Kilab, chieftain of the Ajman, fled to Iraq. Ibn Saud demanded at-Tawish's extradition. For a time it seemed that King Faisal of Iraq would refuse his demands by invoking the ancient Arabian law of hospitality and sanctuary, but finally he gave in. Early in 1930, at-Tawish, seriously ill, was handed over to the king and brought to Riyadh. When after a few weeks it became obvious that this time he was really dying, Ibn Saud, with his customary generosity, had him brought back to his family at Artawiya, where his stormy life came to an end. And once again, peace reigned in the realm of Ibn Saud. And once again, peace reigns around the wells of Arja. May God give you life, O wayfarers. Partake of our bounty, calls out the old Mutairi Bedouin, and his men help us to water our camels. All grudges and enmities of the so recent past seem to be forgotten, as if they had never been. For the Bedouins are a strange race, quick to flare up in uncontrollable passion at even imaginary provocations, and just as quick to swing back to the steady rhythm of a life in which modesty and kindness prevail. Always heaven and hell in close proximity. And as they draw water for our camels in their huge leather buckets, the Moteri herdsmen chant in chorus. Drink and spare no water. The well is full of grace and has no bottom. Section 3. On the fifth night after our departure from Hail, we reach the plain of Medina and see the dark outline of Mount Uhud. The dromedaries move with tired step. We have a long march behind us, from early morning deep into this night. Zad and Mansur are silent, and I am silent. In the moonlight, the city appears before us with its granulated walls and the slim, straight minarets of the Prophet's mosque. We arrive before the gate which, because it faces north, is called the Syrian. The dromedaries shy before the shadows of its heavy bastions, and we have to use our canes to make them enter the gateway. Now I am again in the city of the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, home after a long wandering, for this city has been my home for several years. A deep, familiar quiet lies over its sleeping, empty streets. Here and there a dog rises lazily before the feet of the camels. A young man walks by singing. His voice sways in a soft rhythm and fades away in a side lane. The carved balconies and oriel windows of the houses hang black and silent over us. The moonlit air is lukewarm like fresh milk. And here is my house. Mansour takes leave to go to some friends, while we two make the camels kneel down before the door. Zad hobbles them without a word and begins to unload the saddlebags. I knock at the door. After a while I hear voices and footsteps from within. The shine of a lantern appears through the fanlight. The bolts are drawn and my old Sudanese maidservant, Amina, exclaims joyfully, "Oh, my master has come home." End of chapter 8. Start of chapter 9. Persian letter. Section 1. It is afternoon. I am sitting with a friend in his palm garden just outside the southern gate of Medina. The multitude of palm trunks in the orchard weaves a grey-green twilight into its background, making it appear endless. The trees are still young and low. Sunlight dances over their trunks and the pointed arches of their fronds. Their green is somewhat dusty because of the sandstorms which occur almost daily at this time of year. Only the thick carpet of lucerne under the palms is of a brilliant, faultless green. Not far in front of me rise the city walls, old, grey, built of stone and mud bricks, with bastions jutting forward here and there. From behind the wall tower the luxuriant palms of another garden in the interior of the city, and houses with weather-browned window shutters and enclosed balconies. Some of them have been built into the city wall and have become part of it. In the distance I can see the 5 minarets of the Prophet's mosque, high and tender like the voices of flutes, the great green dome which vaults over and conceals the little house of the Prophet, his home while he lived and his grave after he died, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and still farther, beyond the city, the naked rocky range of Mount Uhud, a brown-red backdrop for the white minarets of the holy mosque, the crowns of the palms and the many houses of the town. The sky, glaringly lighted by the afternoon sun, lies glass clear over opalescent clouds, and the city is bathed in a blue, gold, and green-streaked light. A high wind plays around the soft clouds, which in Arabia can be so deceptive. Never can you say here, "Now it is cloudy, soon it will rain," for even as the clouds mass heavily, as if pregnant with storm, it often happens that a roar of wind comes suddenly from out of the desert and sweeps them apart, and the faces of the people who have been waiting for rain turn away in silent resignation, and they mutter, "There is no power and no strength except in God," while the sky glares anew in a light blue clearness without mercy. I bid good-bye to my friend and walk back toward the outer city gate. A man passes by driving a pair of donkeys loaded with lucerne, himself riding on a third donkey. He lifts his staff in greeting and says, "Peace be with thee," and I reply with the same words. Then comes a young Bedouin woman, her black robe trailing behind her and the lower part of her face covered with a veil. Her shining eyes are so black that iris and pupil merge into one, and her step has something of the hesitant, swinging tension of young steppe animals. I enter the city and cross the huge, open square of Al Manacha to the inner city wall. Beneath the heavy arch of the Egyptian gate, under which the money changers sit clinking their gold and silver coins, I step into the main bazaar, a street hardly 12 feet across, tightly packed with shops around which a small but eager life pulsates. The vendors praise their goods with cheerful songs. Gay headcloths, silken shawls, and robes of figured cashmere wool attract the eye of the passerby. Silversmiths crouch behind small glass cases containing Bedouin jewelry, arm rings and ankle rings, necklaces and earrings. Perfume vendors display basins filled with henna, little red bags with antimony for coloring the eyelashes, multicolored bottles of oils and essences, and heaps of spices. Traders from Najd are selling Bedouin garments and camel saddles, and long tasseled red and blue saddlebags from eastern Arabia. An auctioneer runs through the street, shouting at the top of his voice, with a Persian carpet and a camel hair abaya over his shoulder, and a brass samovar under his arm. Floods of people in both directions. People from Medina and the rest of Arabia, and, as the time of the pilgrimage has ended only a short while ago, from all the countries between the steppes of Senegal and those of the Kyrgyz, between the East Indies and the Atlantic Ocean, between Astrakhan and Zanzibar. But in spite of the multitude of people and the narrowness of the street, there is no hurried frenzy here, no pushing and jostling, for in Medina time does not ride on the wings of pursuit. But what might appear even more strange is that, despite the great variety of human types and costumes that fills them, there is nothing of an exotic medley in the streets of Medina. The variety of appearances reveals itself only to the eye that is determined to analyze. It seems to me that all the people who live in this city, or even sojourn in it temporarily, very soon fall into what one might call a community of mood, and thus also of behavior, and almost even of facial expression, for all of them have fallen under the spell of the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, whose city it once was, and whose guests they now are. Even after 13 centuries, his spiritual presence is almost as alive here as it was then. It was only because of him that the scattered groups of villages once called Yathrib became a city and has been loved by all Muslims down to this day, as no city anywhere else in the world has ever been loved. It has not even a name of its own. For more than 1300 years it has been called Madinat al-Nabi, the city of the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. For more than 1300 years, so much love has converged here that all shapes and movements have acquired a kind of family resemblance, and all differences of appearance find a tonal transition into a common harmony. This is the happiness one always feels here, this unifying harmony. Although life in Medina today has only a formal, distant relationship with what the Prophet aimed at, although the spiritual awareness of Islam has been cheapened here, as in many other parts of the Muslim world, an indescribable emotional link with its great spiritual past has remained alive. Never has any city been so loved for the sake of one single personality. Never has any man, dead for over 1300 years, being loved so personally and by so many as he who lies buried beneath the great green dome. And yet he never claimed to be anything but a mortal man, and never have Muslims attributed divinity to him, as so many followers of other prophets have done after the prophet's death. Indeed, the Quran itself abounds in statements which stress Muhammad's humanness. Muhammad is not but a prophet. All prophets have passed away before him. If he dies or is slain, will ye then turn back upon your heels? His utter insignificance before the majesty of God has thus been expressed in the Quran. Say, O Muhammad, I do not possess any power to grant you evil or good. I do not even possess any power to convey benefit or harm to myself, except as God may please. And had I known the unknowable, I would have acquired much good, and no evil would ever have befallen me. I am nothing but a warner, and the giver of glad tidings to those who have faith in God. It was precisely because he was only human, because he lived like other men, enjoying the pleasures and suffering the ills of human existence, that those around him could so encompass him with their love. This love has outlasted his death and lives on in the hearts of his followers, like the leitmotif of a melody built up of many tones. It lives on in Medina. It speaks to you out of every stone of the ancient city. You can almost touch it with your hands, but you cannot capture it in words. Section 2. As I stroll through the bazaar in the direction of the great mosque, many an old acquaintance hails me in passing. I nod to this and that shopkeeper, and finally allow myself to be dragged by my friend Az-Zughaibi down onto the little platform on which he sells cloth to Bedouins. When didst thou return, O Muhammad, and from where? It is months since thou hast been here. I am coming from Hail and from the Nufud. And wilt thou not remain at home for a time? No, brother, I am leaving for Mecca the day after tomorrow. Az-Zughaibi calls out to the boy in the coffee shop opposite, and soon the tiny cups are clinking before us. But why, O Muhammad? Art thou going to Mecca now? The season of Hajj is past. It is not a desire for pilgrimage that takes me to Mecca. After all, am I not a Haji 5 times over? But somehow I have a feeling that I will not long remain in Arabia, and want to see once again the city in which my life in this land began. And then I add with a laugh, well, brother, to tell thee the truth, I do not understand myself why I am going to Mecca, but I know I have to. Az-Zughaibi shakes his head in dismay. Thou wouldst leave this land and thy brethren? How canst thou speak like this? A familiar figure passes by with a long, hurried stride. It is Zad, obviously in search of someone. Hey Zad, where to? He turns abruptly toward me with an eager face. It is thee I have been looking for, O my uncle. There was a pack of letters waiting thy return at the post office. Here they are, and peace be upon thee, Sheikh Az-Zughaibi. Sitting cross-legged before Az-Zughaibi's shop, I go through the bundle of envelopes. There are several letters from friends in Mecca, one from the editor of the New Zürcher Zeitung of Switzerland, whose correspondent I have been for the past 6 years, one from India, urging me to come there and make the acquaintance of the largest single Muslim community in the world, a few letters from various parts of the Near East, and one with a Tehran postmark, from my good friend Ali Agha, from whom I have not heard for more than a year. I open it and glance through the pages covered with Ali Agha's elegant Shikasta writing. To our most beloved friend and brother, the light of our heart, the most respected Asad Agha, may God lengthen his life and protect his steps. Amen. Peace be upon you and the grace of God, ever and ever. And we pray to God that he may give you health and happiness, knowing that it will please you to hear that we also are in perfect health. God be praised. We did not write to you for a long time because of the uneven manner in which our life has been progressing in the past months. Our father, may God grant him mercy, has passed away a year ago, and we, being the eldest son, had to spend much time and worry on the arrangement of our family affairs. Also, it has been God's will that the affairs of his unworthy servant have prospered beyond expectation, the government having granted him a promotion to lieutenant colonel. In addition, we hope soon to be joined in matrimony with a gracious and beautiful lady, our second cousin Shireen, and in this way our old, unsettled days are coming to a close. As is well known to your friendly heart, we have not been without sin and error in our past, but did not Hafiz say, O God, thou hast thrown a plank into the midst of a sea. Couldst thou have desired that it remain dry? So old Ali Agha is at last going to settle down and become respectable. He was not so respectable when I first met him, a little over 7 years ago in the town of Bam, to which he had been exiled. Although he was only 26 then, his past had been full of action and excitement. He had taken part in the political upheavals which preceded the assumptions of power by Riza Khan, and could have played a considerable role in Tehran had he not lived a bit too gaily. His presence in out-of-the-way Bam, in the southeastern corner of Iran, had been brought about by his worried and influential father in the hope that the son might be reformed if he were removed from the pleasures of Tehran. But Ali Agha seemed to have found compensations even in Bam, women, arrack, and the sweet poison of opium, to which he was greatly devoted. At that time in 1925, he was the district gendarmerie commander with the rank of lieutenant. As I was about to cross the great Tasht-e-Lut desert, I looked him up with a letter of introduction from the governor of Kirman province, which in its turn was based on a letter from Riza Khan, the prime minister and dictator. I found Ali Agha in a shady garden of orange trees, oleanders and palms through whose pointed folds the rays of the sun were filtered. He was in his shirt sleeves. A carpet was spread on the lawn, and on it were dishes with the remnants of a meal and half-empty bottles of arrack. Ali Agha apologized. It is impossible to find wine in this damned hole, and forced me to drink the local arrack, a terrible brew which went to the brain like a blow. With the swimming eyes of a northern Persian, he glanced through the letter from Kirman, tossed it aside, and said, Even if you had come without introduction, I would have accompanied you myself on your journey through the Dasht-e-Lut. You are my guest. I would never let you ride alone into the Balochi desert. Someone who until then had been sitting half concealed in the shadow of a tree rose slowly. A young woman in a knee-length, light blue silk tunic and wide, white Balochi trousers. She had a sensual face that seemed to burn from within, large red lips and beautiful but strangely vague eyes. The lids were painted with antimony. She is blind, Ali Agha whispered to me in French, and she is a wonderful singer. I admired the great tenderness and respect with which he treated the girl who, as a public singer, belonged to a category in Iran more or less equated with courtesans. He could not have behaved better toward any of the great ladies of Tehran. We sat down, all three of us on the carpet, and while Ali Agha busied himself with brazier and opium pipe, I talked with the Balochi girl. In spite of her blindness, she could laugh as only those can laugh who dwell deep in inner gladness, and she made shrewd and witty remarks such as a lady of the great world need not have been ashamed of. When Ali Agha finished his pipe, he took her gently by the hand and said, "The stranger here, this Austrian, would surely like to hear one of your songs. He has never yet heard the songs of the Balochis." Over the sightless face lay a faraway, dreamy happiness as she took the lute that Ali Agha handed to her and began to strum the strings. She sang with a deep, husky voice a Balochi tent song which sounded like an echo of life from her warm lips. I returned to the letter. "I wonder if you still remember, brother and respected friend, how we traveled together in those old days through the Dasht-e-Lut, and how we had to fight for our lives with those Balochi bandits." Do I remember? I smile inwardly at Ali Agha's idle question, and see myself and him in the desolate Dasht-e-Lut, the naked desert, which spreads its huge emptiness from Balochistan deep into the heart of Iran. I was about to cross it in order to reach Sistan, the easternmost province of Iran, and thence to proceed to Afghanistan. As I had come from Kirman, there was no other way but this. We stopped, together with our escort of Balochi gendarmes, at a green oasis on the fringe of the desert in order to hire camels and buy provisions for the long track ahead. Our temporary headquarters were in the station house of the Indo-European Telegraph. The station master, a tall, bony, sharp-eyed man, almost never let me out of sight and seemed to appraise me with his glances. "Beware of this man," Ali Agha whispered to me. "He is a bandit. I know him and he knows that I know him. Until a few years ago he was a real robber, but now he has saved up enough money and has become respectable, and makes more money from supplying arms to his former colleagues. I am only waiting for an opportune moment to catch him at it. But the fellow is cunning and it is difficult to prove anything. Since he has heard that you are an Austrian, he is very excited. During the World War, some Austrian and German agents were trying to arouse the tribes in these parts against the British. They had bags of gold coins with them, and our friend thinks that every German or Austrian is similarly equipped. But the cunning of the station master benefited us, for he was able to find for me two of the best riding camels of the region. The rest of the day was occupied with haggling about water skins, camel hair ropes, rice, clarified butter, and many other odds and ends necessary for the desert journey. The afternoon of the following day we started. Ali Agha decided to go ahead with 4 gendarmes to prepare a camping place for the night, and the drawn-out line of their dromedaries soon disappeared beyond the horizon. We others, Ibrahim, myself, and the 5th gendarme, followed at a slower pace. We swayed. How new it was then to me, with the strange swinging gamble of the slim-limbed dromedaries, at first through sand dunes, yellow sparsely dotted with clumps of grass, then deeper and deeper into the plain, into an endless, soundless grey plain, flat and empty, so empty that it seemed not to flow but to fall toward the horizon. For your eye could find nothing there on which to rest, no ridge on the ground, no stone, no bush, not even a blade of grass. No animal sound, no chirping of birds or humming of a beetle broke through that vast silence, and even the wind, deprived of all impediment, swept low without voice over the void. No, fell into it as a stone falls into an abyss. This was not a silence of death, but rather of the unborn, of that which had never yet come to life, the silence before the first word. And then it happened. The silence broke. A human voice struck gently, chirpingly into the air and remained suspended as it were. And to you it seemed as if you could not only hear but see it. So lonely and so undisguised by other sounds, it floated over the desert plain. It was our Balochi soldier. He sang a song of his nomad days, a half-sung and half-spoken rhapsody, a quick succession of hot and tender words which I could not understand. His voice rang in a very few tones at one single level, with a persistence that gradually grew into something like splendor as it enveloped the brittle melody in a byplay of throaty sounds, and by sheer repetition and variation of the same theme, unfolded an unsuspected wealth in its flat tones, flat and limitless, like the land in which it had been born. The part of the desert through which we now travel was called the Desert of Ahmed's Bells. Many years ago, a caravan led by a man named Ahmed lost its way here, and all of them, men and animals, perished from thirst. And to this day it is said, the bells which Ahmed's camels wore around their necks are sometimes heard by travelers, ghostly, mournful sounds which entice the unwary from their path and lead them to death in the desert. Shortly after sunset we caught up with Ali Agha and the advance guard and made camp amidst some kahur shrubs, the last we would see for days. A fire was made from dry twigs, and the inevitable tea prepared, while Ali Agha smoked his usual opium pipe. The camels were fed coarse barley meal and made to kneel in a circle around us. 3 of the gendarmes were posted as sentries on the outlying dunes, for the region in which we found ourselves was in those days a playground for the dreaded demons of the desert, the Balochi tribal raiders from the south. Ali Agha had just finished his pipe and tea and was drinking arak, alone for I was not in a mood to keep him company, when a rifle shot shattered the silence of the night. A second shot from one of our sentries answered and was followed by an outcry somewhere in the darkness. Ibrahim, with great presence of mind, immediately threw sand on the fire. More rifle shots from all directions. The sentries were now invisible, but one could hear them call out to one another. We did not know how many the attackers were, for they kept uncannily silent. Only off and on a faint stab of light from a rifle muzzle announced their presence, and once or twice I could discern white-clad figures flitting through the blackness. Several low-aimed bullets whizzed over our heads, but none of us were hit. Gradually the commotion died down. A few more shots fell and were sucked in by the night. And the raiders, apparently disconcerted by our watchfulness, vanished as quietly as they had come. Adiara called in the sentries and we held a short council. Originally we had intended to spend the night here, but as we had no idea how strong the attacking party was, and whether they would not return with reinforcements, we decided to break camp immediately and to move on. The night was as black as pitch. Heavy low clouds had concealed the moon and the stars. In summertime it is better as a rule to travel in the desert at night, but under normal circumstances we would not have risked a march in such darkness for fear of losing our way, for the hard gravel of Dasht-e-Lut does not keep any tracks. In the early times the Iranian kings used to mark the caravan routes in such deserts by guideposts of masonry, but like so many other good things of the old days, these marks had long since disappeared. Indeed, They were no longer necessary. The wire of the Indo-European telegraph, laid by the British at the beginning of the century from the Indian frontier across the Dasht-e-Lut to Kirman, served equally well or even better as a guide, but in a night like this, wire and telegraph posts were invisible. This we discovered to our dismay, when after about half an hour the gendarme who had been riding ahead as our guide suddenly reined in his mount and shamefacedly reported to Ali Agha, "Hazrat, I cannot see the wire any more." For a moment we all remained silent. There were wells, we knew, only along the route marked by the telegraph line, and even these were very widely spaced. To lose one's way here would mean to perish like Ahmed's legendary caravan. Thereupon Ali Agha spoke up in a way which was quite unlike his usual manner, and one could safely presume that arak and opium were responsible. He drew out his pistol and bellowed, "Where is the wire? Why did you lose the wire, you sons of dogs? Oh, I know. You are in league with those bandits and are trying to lead us astray, so that we may perish from thirst and thus be easy plunder." This reproach was certainly unjust, for a Balochi would never betray a man with whom he has eaten bread and salt. Our gendarmes, obviously hurt by their lieutenant's accusation, assured us of their innocence, but Ali Agha broke in. "Silence! Find the wire immediately or I will shoot down every one of you, you sons of burnt fathers." I could not see their faces in the darkness but could sense how deeply they, the free Balochis, were feeling the insult. They no longer even bothered to reply. Then suddenly one of them, our guide of a while ago, detached himself from the group, struck his camel with his whip and disappeared at a gallop into the darkness. "Where to?" shouted Ali Agha, and received a few indistinct words in reply. For a few seconds one could hear the soft padding of the camel's feet, then the sounds dived into the night. In spite of my conviction a moment before of the innocence of the Balochi gendarme, the hesitant thought crossed my mind. Now he has gone to the bandits. Ali Agha was right after all. I heard Ali Agha draw back the safety catch of his pistol, and I did the same. Ibrahim slowly unslung his carbine. We sat motionless in our saddles. One of the dromedaries grunted softly. A gendarme's rifle butt struck against the saddle. Long minutes passed. You could almost hear the breathing of the men. Then, abruptly, a shout came from a great distance. To me it sounded merely like "ooh," but the Balochis seemed to understand it, and one of them, cupping his hands to his mouth, excitedly shouted something back in the Brahui tongue. Again that distant shout. One of the gendarmes turned toward Ali Agha and said in Persian, "The wire, Hazrat. He has found the wire." The tension broke. Relieved, we followed the voice of the invisible scout directing us from time to time. When we reached him, he rose in his saddle and pointed into the darkness. "There is the wire." And rightly, after a few moments we almost struck against a telegraph post. The first thing Ali Agha did was very characteristic of him. He caught the soldier by his belt, drew him close to himself, and leaning over the saddle, kissed him on both cheeks. "It is I, and not thou, who is a son of dog, my brother. Forgive me." It subsequently transpired that the Balochi, this child of the wilderness, had been riding in a zigzag until he heard from a distance of half a mile the wind hum in the wire, a humming that was even now, when I passed directly under it, almost imperceptible to my European ears. We proceeded slowly, cautiously, through the black night from invisible telegraph pole to invisible telegraph pole, one of the gendarmes always riding ahead and calling out each time his hand struck a pole. We had found our way and were determined not to lose it again. I awake from my reverie and return to Ali Agha's letter. With the promotion to Lieutenant Colonel, this humble individual has been appointed to the General Staff, and this, O beloved friend and brother, appeals to us more than garrison life in a provincial town. I am sure it does. Ali Agha has always had a flair for life in the capital and its intrigues, especially political intrigues. And indeed, in his letter, he goes on to describe the political atmosphere of Tehran, those endless wranglings under the surface, those intricate maneuverings with which foreign powers have for so long managed to keep Iran in a state of restlessness that makes it well nigh impossible for the strange, gifted nation to come into its own. Right now, we are being harassed by the English Oil Company. Great pressure is being exerted upon our government to extend the concession and thus to prolong our slavery. The bazaars are buzzing with rumors, and God alone knows where all this will lead to. The bazaar has always played a most important role in the political life of Eastern countries, and this is particularly true of the Tehran bazaar, in which the hidden heart of Iran pulsates with a persistence that defies all national decay and all passing of time. Between the lines of Ali Agha's letter, this huge bazaar, almost a city in itself, reappears before my eyes with the vividness of a sight seen only yesterday. A wide, meshed twilight labyrinth of halls and passageways, roofed with vaults of pointed arches. In the main street, next to small dark booths filled with cheap trifles, there are covered patios and skylights, stores in which the most expensive European and Asiatic silks are being sold. Next to rope makers' workshops, the glass cases of the silversmiths full of delicate filigree work. Multicolored textiles from Bukhara and India mingle with rare Persian carpets, hunting carpets with figures of knights on horseback, lions, leopards, peacocks, and antelopes, glass pearl necklaces and automatic lighters next to sewing machines, black, unhappy umbrellas side by side with yellow embroidered sheepskin robes from Khurasan, all assembled in this extremely long hall, as if in an immense and not too carefully arranged shop window. In the innumerable side lanes of this tangled maze of handicrafts and commerce, the shops are grouped according to trades. Here you see the long line of saddlers and leather works, with the red of dyed leather as the dominant color and the sourish smell of leather permeating the air. There are the tailors, and from every niche, for most of the shops consist only of a single raised niche with about 3 or 4 square yards of floor space, one hears the whirring of industrious sewing machines. Long garments are hung out for sale, always the same garments, so that when you walk you sometimes think that you are standing still. You have a similar impression in many other parts of the bazaar as well. Nonetheless, the abundance of sameness at every single point has nothing in common with monotony. It intoxicates the stranger and fills him with uneasy satisfaction. Even though you visit the bazaar for the 100th time, you find the mood around you always the same, seemingly unchanged, but of that inexhaustible, vibrating changelessness of an ocean wave, which always alters its forms but keeps its substance unchanged. The bazaar of the coppersmiths. A chorus of bronze bells are the swinging hammers which beat out of copper, bronze and brass the most varied shapes, transforming formless metal sheets into bowls and basins and goblets. What an acoustic sureness this hammering in altering tempos across the whole length of the bazaar, every man acquiescing to the rhythm of the others, so that there should be no dissonance to the ear, 100 workmen hammering on different objects in different shops, but in the whole bazaar street only one melody. In this deep, more than merely musical, almost social desire for harmony appears the hidden grace of the Iranian soul. The spice bazaar, silent alleys of white sugar cones, rice bags, mounds of almonds and pistachios, hazelnuts and melon kernels, basins full of dried apricots and ginger, brass plates with cinnamon, curry, pepper, saffron and poppy seeds, the many little bowls of aniseed, vanilla, cumin, cloves and countless odd herbs and roots which exude a heavy, overpowering aroma. Over the shining brass scales crouch the lords of these strangenesses, like Buddhas, with crossed legs from time to time calling out in an undertone to a passer-by and asking after his wants. All speech is only whisper here, for one cannot be noisy where sugar flows smoothly from bag into balance scale, and one cannot be noisy where time or aniseed is being weighed. It is the same adaptation to the mood of the material which enables the Iranian to knot noble carpets out of innumerable colored wool threads, thread by thread, fraction of an inch by fraction of an inch, until the whole stands there in its playful perfection. It is no accident that Persian carpets have no equal in the world. Where else could one find this deep quiet, this thoughtfulness and absorption in one's own doing? Where else such eyes, dark depths to which time and the passing of time mean so little? In cavernous niches, somewhat larger than the usual ones, sit silent miniature painters. They are copying old miniatures from handwritten books that have long ago been torn to shreds, depicting in breath fine lines and colors the great things of life, fights and hunts, love and happiness and sadness. Fine and thin as nerve threads are their brushes. The colors are not entrusted to lifeless vessels, but are mixed on the living palm of the painter and distributed in minute blobs and drops on the fingers of the left hand. On new pages of flawless whiteness, the old miniatures experience a rebirth, stroke after stroke, shade after shade. Side by side with the flaking gold backgrounds of the originals emerge the shining ones of the copies. The faded orange trees of a royal park blossom again in a new spring. The tender women in silks and furs repeat once again their loving gestures. Anew rises the sun over an old nightly polo game. Stroke after stroke, shade after shade, the silent men follow the creative adventures of a dead artist, and there is as much love in them as there was enchantment in him, and this love makes you almost forget the imperfection of the copies. Time passes, and the miniature painters sit bent over their work, strangers unto the day. Time passes. In the bazaar streets nearby, Western junk penetrates with stubborn gradualness into the shops. The kerosene lamp from Chicago, the printed cotton cloth from Manchester, and the teapot from Czechoslovakia advance victoriously. But the miniature painters sit cross-legged on their worn straw mats, burrowing with tender eyes and fingertips into the blissful old joys, and give to their royal Huns and ecstatic lovers a new awakening, day after day. Numberless are the people in the bazaar, gents with European collar and often trailing Arabian abaya over a European or semi-European suit, conservative burghers in long kaftans and silken sashes, peasants and artisans in blue or drab jackets, singing dervishes, Iran's aristocratic beggars, in white, flowing garments, sometimes with a leopard skin over the back, long hair and mostly of fine build. The women of the middle class are, according to their means, dressed in silk or cotton, but always in black, with the traditional short Tehran veil standing stiffly away from their faces. The poorer ones wear a light-colored flowered cotton wrap. Ancient mullahs ride on magnificently caparisoned asses or mules and turn upon the stranger a fanatical stare that seems to ask, "What are you doing here? Are you one of those who work for our country's ruin?" Iran's long experience of Western intrigue has made its people suspicious. No Iranian really expects any good to come to his country from the Ferengis, but Ali Agha does not seem to be unduly pessimistic. Iran is old, but certainly not yet ready to die. We have often been oppressed. Many nations have swept over us, and all of them have passed away. But we remain alive, in poverty and oppression, in ignorance and darkness. But we remain alive. This is because we Iranians always go our own way. How often has the outside world tried to force on us new ways of life, and has always failed? We do not oppose outer forces with violence, and therefore it may sometimes appear as if we had surrendered to them, but we are of the tribe of the Muryun, that little, insignificant ant which lives under walls. You light of my heart must have seen sometimes in Iran how well-built houses with strong walls suddenly collapse for no apparent reason. What was the reason? Nothing but those tiny ants which for many years, with unceasing industry, have been burrowing passages and cavities in the foundations, always advancing by a hair's breadth, slowly, patiently, in all directions, until at last the wall loses its balance and topples over. We Iranians are such ants. We do not oppose the powers of the world with noisy and useless violence, but allow them to do their worst and burrow in silence our passageways and cavities until one day their building will suddenly collapse. And have you seen what happens when you throw a stone into water? The stone sinks, a few circles appear on the surface, spread out and gradually fade away, until the water is as placid as before. We Iranians are such water. The Shah, may God prolong his life, has a heavy burden to bear, with the English on one side and the Russians on the other. But we have no doubt that by the grace of God, he will find a way to save Iran. Ali Agha's implicit faith in Riza Shah does not on the surface appear to be misplaced. He is undoubtedly one of the most dynamic personalities I have ever met in the Muslim world, and of all the kings I have known, only Ibn Saud can compare with him. The story of Riza Shah's rise to power is like a fantastic fairy tale, possible only in this Eastern world where personal courage and willpower can sometimes lift a man out of utter obscurity to the pinnacle of leadership. When I came to know him during my first stay in Tehran in the summer of 1924, he was Prime Minister and undisputed dictator of Iran. But the people had not yet quite overcome their shock at seeing him appear so suddenly, so unexpectedly, at the helm of the country's affairs. I still remember the wonderment with which an old Iranian clerk in the German embassy at Tehran once told me, "Do you know that but 10 years ago this Prime Minister of ours stood guard as an ordinary trooper before the gates of this very embassy? And that I myself occasionally gave him a letter to deliver to the Foreign Ministry, and admonished him, 'Make haste, you son of a dog, and don't dawdle in the bazaar.'" Yes, it had not been so many years since Riza the trooper stood sentry before the embassies and public buildings of Tehran. I could picture him as he stood there in the shabby uniform of the Iranian Cossack Brigade, leaning on his rifle and gazing at the activity in the streets around him. He would watch Persian people stroll along like dreamy shadows, or sit in the cool of evening along the water channels, as I watched them, and from the English bank behind his back, he would hear the rattling of typewriters, the bustle of busy people, the whole rustling stir which distant Europe had brought into that Tehran building, with its blue faience facade. It may have been then for the first time, nobody told me this, but I somehow think it must have been so, that in the unschooled head of the soldier Riza a wondering, questioning thought arose. Must it be like this? Must it be that people of other nations work and strive, while our life flows past like a dream? And it was perhaps at that moment that desire for change, creator of all great deeds, discoveries, and revolutions, began to flicker in his brain and mutely call for expression. At other times he may have stood sentry before the garden gateway of one of the great European embassies. The well-tended trees moved with the wind, and the gravelled pathways crunched under the feet of white-garbed servants. In that house in the midst of the park a mysterious power seemed to dwell. It cowed every Iranian who passed through the gate and caused him to straighten his clothes self-consciously, and made his hands embarrassed and awkward. Sometimes elegant carriages drew up and Iranian politicians stepped out of them. The soldier Riza knew many of them by sight. This one was the foreign minister, that one the finance minister. Almost always they had tense, apprehensive faces when they entered that gateway, and it was amusing to observe their expressions when they left the embassy. Sometimes they were radiant, as if a great favor had been conferred upon them, sometimes pale and depressed, as if a sentence of doom had just been passed over them. Those mysterious people within had pronounced the sentence. The soldier Riza wondered, must it be thus? Occasionally it happened that an Iranian clerk came running from the office building Riza was guarding, thrust a letter into his hand and said, "Carry this quickly to so-and-so, but make haste, thou son of a dog, otherwise the ambassador will be angry." Riza was accustomed to being thus addressed, for his own officers were not in the least fastidious in their choice of epithets. But possibly, no, almost certainly, the words son of a dog gave him a stab of humiliation. He was not a son of a dog, but the son of a great nation, that called names like Rustam, Darius, Noshirwan, Kay Khusro, Shah Abbas, Nader Shah its own. But what did those within know of this? What did they know of the forces which moved like a dark, damp stream through the breast of the 40-year-old soldier, and sometimes threatened to burst his ribs and make him bite his fists in powerless despair? Oh, if only I could! And the desire for self-affirmation that weepingly dwells in every Iranian sometimes rose up with painful, unexpected violence in the soldier Riza, and made his mind clear and made him suddenly understand a strange pattern in all he saw. The Great War was over. After the Bolshevik Revolution, the Russian troops which had previously occupied northern Iran were withdrawn. But immediately afterward communist upheavals broke out in the Iranian province of Gilan on the Caspian Sea, led by the influential Kuchuk Khan and supported by regular Russian units on land and sea. The government sent out troops against the rebels, but the badly disciplined and poorly equipped Iranian soldiers suffered defeat after defeat, and the battalion in which Sergeant Riza, then nearly 50 years old, was serving proved no exception. But once, when his unit turned to fight after an unlucky skirmish, Riza could not hold himself any longer. He stepped from the breaking ranks and called out for everyone to hear. "Why do you run away, Iranians? You Iranians!" He must have felt what Charles XII of Sweden had felt when he lay wounded on the field of Poltava, and saw his soldiers race by in headless flight and called out to them with a despairing voice, "Why do you run away, Swedes? You Swedes!" But the difference was that King Charles was bleeding from many wounds and had nothing at his disposal except his voice, while the soldier Riza was unhurt and had a loaded Mauser pistol in his hand, and his voice was strong and threatening as he warned his comrades. "Whoever flees, I will shoot him down, even if it is my brother." Such an outburst was something new to the Iranian troops. Their confusion gave way to astonishment. They became curious. What could this man have in mind? Some officers protested and pointed out the hopelessness of their position, and one of them scoffed, "Will you, perhaps, lead us to victory?" In that second, Riza may have relived all the disappointments of his earlier years, and all his dumb hopes were suddenly lighted up. He saw the end of a magic rope before him, and he grasped it. "Accepted," he cried, and turned to the soldiers. "Will you have me as your leader?" In no nation is the cult of the hero so deeply ingrained as in the Iranian, and this man here seemed to be a hero. The soldiers forgot their terror and their flight and roared with jubilation. "You shall be our leader." "So be it," replied Riza. "I will lead you, and I will kill whosoever attempts to flee." But no one thought any longer of flight. They threw away the cumbersome knapsacks, attached their bayonets to the rifles, and under Riza's leadership the whole battalion turned round and captured a Russian battery in a surprise assault, drew other Iranian units with it, overran the enemy, and after a few hours the battle was decided in favor of the Iranians. Some days later a telegram from Tehran promoted Riza to the rank of captain, and he could now affix the title Khan to his name. He had got hold of the end of the rope and climbed up on it. His name had suddenly become famous. In quick succession he became major, colonel, brigadier. In the year 1921, he brought about, in company with the young journalist Ziad-Din and three other officers, a coup d'état, arrested the corrupt cabinet and, with the help of his devoted brigade, forced the weak and insignificant young Shah Ahmed to appoint a new cabinet. Ziad-Din became prime minister, Riza Khan minister of war. He could neither read nor write, but he was like a demon in his strive for power, and he had become the idol of the army and the people who now, for the first time in ages, saw a man before them, a leader. In the political history of Iran, scenes changed quickly. Ziad-Din disappeared from the stage and reappeared as an exile in Europe. Riza Khan remained as prime minister. It was rumored in Tehran in those days that Riza Khan, Ziad-Din and the Shah's younger brother, the crown prince, had conspired to remove the Shah from the throne. And it was whispered, nobody knows to this day whether it is true, that at the last moment Riza Khan had betrayed his friends to the Shah in order not to risk his own future in so dubious an undertaking. But whether true or not, soon afterward the Prime Minister, Riza Khan, advised the young Shah Ahmed to undertake a pleasure trip to Europe. He accompanied him with great pomp on the automobile journey to the border of Iraq, and is said to have told him, "If your Majesty ever returns to Iran, you will be able to say that Riza Khan understands nothing of the world." He no longer needed to share his power with anyone. He was, in fact, if not in name, the sole overlord of Iran. Like a hungry wolf, he threw himself into work. All Iran was to be reformed from top to bottom. The hitherto loose administration was centralized. The old system of farming out entire provinces to the highest bidder was abolished. The governors ceased to be satraps and became officials. The army, the dictator's pet child, was reorganized on Western patterns. Riza Khan started campaigns against unruly tribal chieftains who had previously regarded themselves as little kings and often refused to obey the Tehran government. He dealt harshly with the bandits who for many decades had terrorized the countryside. Some order was brought into the finances of the country with the assistance of an American advisor. Taxes and customs began to flow in regularly. Order was brought out of chaos. As if echoing the Turkish Kemalist movement, the idea of a republic emerged in Iran, first as a rumor, then as a demand of the more progressive elements of the populace, and finally as the open aim of the dictator himself. But here Riza Khan seems to have committed an error of judgment. A powerful cry of protest arose from the Iranian masses. This popular opposition to republican tendencies was not due to any love of the reigning house, for nobody in Iran had much affection for the Qajar dynasty, which, because of its Turkoman origin, had always been regarded as foreign. Nor was it due to any sentimental predilection for the round, boyish face of Shah Ahmed. It was something quite different. It was prompted by the people's fear of losing their religion, as the Turks had lost theirs in the wake of Ataturk's revolution. In their ignorance, the Iranians did not understand all at once that a republican form of government would correspond much more closely to the Islamic scheme of life than a monarchical one. Guided by the conservatism of their religious leaders, and perhaps justifiably frightened by Riza Khan's obvious admiration of Kemal Ataturk, the Iranians sensed in his proposal only a threat to Islam as the dominant force in the country. A great excitement took hold of the urban population, especially in Tehran. A furious mob, armed with sticks and stones, assembled before Riza Khan's office building and uttered curses and threats against the dictator, who but yesterday had been a demigod. Riza Khan's aides urgently advised him not to go out before the excitement subsided, but he brushed them aside and, accompanied by only one orderly and entirely unarmed, left the office compound in a closed carriage. As soon as the carriage emerged from the gates, the mob seized the horses' reins and brought them to a standstill. Some people tore the carriage door open. "Drag him out! Drag him out into the street!" But already he was getting out himself, his face livid with rage, and began to beat the heads and shoulders of those about him with his riding crop. "You sons of dogs! Away from me! Away! How dare you! I am Riza Khan! Away to your women and your beds!" And the raging crowd, which had been threatening death and destruction but a few minutes ago, became silent under the impact of his personal courage. They drew back, melted away one by one, and disappeared in the side alleys. Once again a great leader had spoken to his people. He had spoken in anger, and the people were cowed. It may have been at that moment that a feeling of contempt broke through Riza Khan's love for his people, and clouded it forever. But in spite of Riza Khan's prestige success, the Republic did not materialize. The debacle of this plan made it obvious that military power alone could not bring about a reform movement in the face of the people's resistance. Not that the Iranians were opposed to reform as such, but they instinctively realized that an imported Western political doctrine would mean the end of all hope of ever attaining to a healthy development within the context of their own culture and religion. Riza Khan did not understand this, then or ever, and thus became estranged from his people. Their love for him vanished and a fearful hatred gradually took its place. They began to ask themselves, what has the hero really done for his country? They enumerated Riza Khan's achievements, the reorganization of the army, but at the price of tremendous costs which placed crushing tax burdens on the already impoverished people, the suppressed tribal rebellions, but also the suppressed patriots, showy building activity in Tehran, but ever-growing misery among the peasants in the countryside. People began to remember that but a few years ago, Riza Khan had been a poor soldier, and now he was the richest man in Iran, with innumerable acres of land to his name. Were these the reforms about which so much had been spoken? Did the few glittering office buildings in Tehran and the luxury hotels which had sprung up here and there under the dictator's influence really represent any betterment of the people's lot? It was at this stage of his career that I came to know Riza Khan. Whatever the rumors about his personal ambition and alleged selfishness, I could not fail to recognize the man's greatness from the moment he first received me in his office at the War Ministry. It was probably the simplest office occupied anywhere at any time by a prime minister. A desk, a sofa covered with black oilcloth, a couple of chairs, a small bookshelf, and a bright but modest carpet on the floor were all that the room contained. And the tall, heavy-set man in his middle fifties who rose from behind the desk was attired in a plain khaki uniform without any medals, ribbons, or badges of rank. I had been introduced by the German ambassador, Count von der Schulenburg, for although I was Austrian myself, I represented a great German newspaper. Even during that first formal conversation, I became aware of the somber dynamism of Riza Khan's nature. From under grey bushy brows a pair of sharp, brown eyes regarded me, Persian eyes that were usually veiled by heavy lids, a strange mixture of melancholy and hardness. There were bitter lines around his nose and mouth, but the heavy-boned features betrayed an uncommon power of will, which kept the lips compressed and filled the jaw with tension. When you listened to his low and well-modulated voice, the voice of a man accustomed to speak words of importance and to weigh each of them on his tongue before it was permitted to become sound, you thought you were listening to a man with a 30-year career of staff officer and high dignitary behind him, and you could hardly believe that it was only 6 years since Riza Khan had been a sergeant, and only 3 since he had learned to read and write. He must have sensed my interest in him, and perhaps also my affection for his people, for he insisted that this interview should not be the last, and asked me, as well as Schulenburg, to tea next week at his summer residence at Shimran, the beautiful garden resort some miles out of Tehran. I arranged with Schulenburg to come first to him. Like most of the other foreign representatives, he also was spending the summer in Shimran, and to go together to the Prime Minister's residence. But as it happened, I was unable to arrive in time. A few days earlier, I had purchased a small four-wheeled hunting carriage with 2 spirited horses. How spirited they were became fully obvious a few miles outside Tehran, when, following some wicked impulse, they obstinately refused to go ahead and insisted on returning home. For about 20 minutes I struggled with them. In the end, I let Ibrahim take horses and carriage home and set out on foot in search of some other means of transportation. A tramp of 2 miles brought me to a village where I fortunately found a droshky, but when I arrived at the German embassy, it was about an hour and a half after the appointed time. I found Schulenburg pacing up and down his study like an angry tiger, with all his usual suavity gone, For to his Prussian come ambassadorial sense of discipline, such an offense against punctuality seemed no less than blasphemy. At my sight he exploded with indignation. You can't, you can't do that to a prime minister. Have you forgotten that Riza Khan is a dictator, and like all dictators extremely touchy? My horses seem to have overlooked this fine point, Count Schulenberg, was my only reply. Even if it had been the Emperor of China, I would not have been able to arrive any earlier. At that the Count recovered his sense of humor and broke out into loud laughter. By God, such a thing has never happened to me before. Let's go then, and hope that the footman doesn't slam the door in our faces. He did not. When we arrived at Riza Khan's palace, the tea party was long over, and all the other guests had departed. But the dictator did not appear in the least offended by my breach of protocol. Upon hearing the reasons for our delay, he exclaimed, Well, I would like to see these horses of yours. I think they must belong to the opposition party. I don't know whether it might not be wise to have them placed in police custody. If anything, my contretemps rather helped than hindered the establishment of an easy, informal relationship between the all-powerful Prime Minister of Iran and the young journalist, which later made it possible for me to move about the country with a freedom greater than that accorded to most other foreigners. But Ali Agha's letter does not refer to the Riza Khan of those early days, the man who lived with a simplicity almost unbelievably in display-loving Iran. It refers to Riza Shah Pahlavi, who ascended the peacock throne in 1925. It refers to the king who has given up all pretense of humility and now seeks to emulate Kemal Atatürk in building a vainglorious Western facade onto his ancient Eastern land. I come to the end of the letter. Although you, beloved friend, are now in the blessed city of the Holy Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we trust you have not forgotten nor ever will forget your unworthy friend and his country. O Ali Agha, friend of my younger days, light of my heart, as you yourself would phrase it, your letter has made me drunk with remembrance. Persia drunk as I became when I began to know your country, that old dim jewel set in a setting of ancient gold and cracked marble, and dust and shadows, the shadows of all the days and nights of your melancholy country, and of the dark, dreaming eyes of your people. I still remember Kirmanshah, the first Iranian town I saw after I left the mountains of Kurdistan. A strange, faded, opaque atmosphere lay about it, muffled, subdued, not to say shabby. No doubt in every eastern city poverty lies close to the surface, much more visible than in any European city, but to that I was already accustomed. It was not just poverty in an economic sense which thrust itself upon me, for Kirmanshah was said to be a prosperous town. It was rather a kind of depression that lay over the people, something that was directly connected with them and seemed to have hardly anything to do with economic circumstances. All these people had large, black eyes under thick, black brows that often met over the bridge of the nose, weighted by heavy lids like veils. Most of the men were slim. I hardly remember having seen a fat man in Iran. They never laughed aloud, and in their silent smiles lurked a faint irony which seemed to conceal more than it revealed. No mobility of features, no gesticulations, only quiet, measured movements, as if they wore masks. As in all eastern cities, the life of the town was concentrated in the bazaar. It revealed itself to the stranger as a subdued mixture of brown, gold brown and carpet red, with shimmering copper plates and basins here and there and perhaps a blue majolica painting over the door of a caravanserai with figures of black-eyed knights and winged dragons. If you looked more carefully, you could discover in this bazaar all the colors of the world, but none of these variegated colors could ever quite assert itself in the unifying shadows of the vaults that covered the bazaar and drew everything together into a sleepy duskiness. The pointed arches of the vaulted roof were pierced at regular intervals by small openings to let in the daylight. Through these openings the rays of the sun fell in. In the aromatic air of the halls they gained the quality of a substance, and resembled opaque, slanted pillars of light. And not the people seemed to go through them, but they, the shining pillars, seemed to go through the shadowy people. For the people in this bazaar were gentle and silent like shadows. If a trader called out to the passer-by, he did so in a low voice. None of them praised his wares with calls and songs, as is the custom in Arabian bazaars. On soft soles life threaded its way here. The people did not elbow or shove one another. They were polite, with a politeness which seemed to bend forward to you but in reality held you at arm's length. They were obviously shrewd and did not mind starting a conversation with the stranger, but only their lips were talking. Their souls stood somewhere in the background, waiting, weighing, detached. In a tea house, some men of the working class sat on straw mats. Perhaps artisans, laborers, caravan drivers, huddled together around an iron basin filled with glowing coals. Two long-stemmed pipes with round porcelain bowls made the round. The sweetish smell of opium was in the air. They smoked wordlessly. Each man took only a few deep draughts at a time, passing the pipe on to his neighbor. And then I saw what I had not observed before. Many, very many people were smoking opium, some of them more and others less publicly. The shopkeeper in his niche, the loafer under the arched gateway of a caravanserai, the coppersmith in his workshop during a moment of respite. They all were smoking with the same withdrawn, somewhat tired face, gazing with dull eyes into a spaceless void. Fresh, green poppies with thick buds were being sold by vendors all over the bazaar, and apparently consumed in this way. Another, milder form of taking opium. Even children were eating the seeds in doorways and corners. 2 or 3 of them would divide the delicacy among themselves with an old-age tolerance toward each other, without childish egoism, but also without childish joy or vivacity. But how could they have been otherwise? In their earliest life they were given a heavy brew of poppy seeds to drink whenever they cried and bothered their parents. When they grew up and began to roam the streets, the border lines of quietude, lassitude, and kindness were already blurred in them. And then I knew what had moved me so strongly when I first beheld the melancholy eyes of the Iranians, the sign of a tragic destiny in them. I felt that the opium belonged to them in the same way as a suffering smile belongs to the face of a sufferer. It belonged to their gentleness, to their inner lassitude. It belonged even to their great poverty and great frugality. It did not seem to be so much vice as expression, and perhaps also help. Help against what? Strange land of questions. My mind dwelled so long on my impressions of Kermanshah, the first Iranian city I came to know, because those impressions continued, in varying forms but always unchanged in substance, throughout the year and a half that I remained in Iran. A soft, pervasive melancholy was the dominant note everywhere. It was perceptible in villages and towns, in the daily doings of the people and in their many religious festivals. Indeed, their religious feeling itself, so unlike that of the Arabs, bore a strange tinge of sadness and mourning. To weep over the tragic happenings of 13 centuries ago, to weep over the deaths of Ali, the Prophet's son-in-law, and Ali's two sons, Hassan and Hussein, seemed to them more important than to consider what Islam stood for and what direction it wanted to give to men's lives. On many evenings in many towns, you could see groups of men and women assembled in a street around a wandering dervish, a religious mendicant clad in white, with a panther skin on his back, a long stamped axe in his right hand, and an alms bowl carved from a coconut in his left. He would recite a half-sung, half-spoken ballad about the struggles for succession to the caliphate that followed the death of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the 7th century. A mournful tale of faith and blood and death, and it would always run somewhat like this. Listen, O people, to what befell God's chosen ones, and how the blood of the prophet's seed was spilled over the earth. There was once a prophet whom God had likened unto a city of knowledge, and the gate to that city was the most trusted and valiant of his followers, his son-in-law, Ali, light of the world, sharer of the prophet's message, called the Lion of God. When the prophet passed away, the Lion of God was his rightful successor. But wicked men usurped the Lion's God-ordained right and made another the prophet's Khalifa. And after the first usurper's death, another of his evil ilk succeeded him, and after him yet another. And only after the third usurper perished did the will of God become manifest, and the Lion of God attained to this rightful place as commander of the faithful. But Ali's and God's enemies were many, and one day, when he lay prostrated before his Lord in prayer, an assassin's sword struck him dead. The earth shook in anguish at the blasphemous deed, and the mountains wept and the stones shed tears. Oh, God's curse be upon the evildoers, and may everlasting punishment consume them. And again an evil usurper came to the fore and denied the Lion of God's sons, Hassan and Hussein, sons of Fatima the Blessed, their right of succession to the Prophet's throne. Hassan was foully poisoned, and when Hussein rose in defense of the faith, his beautiful life was extinguished on the field of Karbala as he knelt down by a pool of water to quench his thirst after the battle. Oh, God's curse be upon the evildoers, and may the angels' tears forever water the sacred soil of Karbala. The head of Hussein, the head the Prophet had once kissed, was cruelly cut off, and his headless body was brought back to the tent, where his weeping children awaited their father's return. And ever since, the faithful have invoked God's curse on the transgressors, and wept over the deaths of Ali and Hassan and Hussein. And you, O faithful, raise your voices in lament for their deaths, for God forgives the sins of those who weep for the seed of the Prophet. And the chanted ballad would bring forth passionate sobbing from the listening women, while silent tears would roll over the faces of bearded men. Such extravagant laments were a far cry indeed from the true, historical picture of those early happenings that had caused a never-healed schism in the world of Islam. The division of the Muslim community into Sunnites, who form the bulk of the Muslim peoples and stand firm on the principle of an elective succession to the caliphate, and the Shiites, who maintain that the Prophet designated Ali, his son-in-law, as his rightful heir and successor. In reality, however, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam died without nominating any successor, whereupon one of his oldest and most faithful companions, Abu Bakr radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, was elected Khalifa by the overwhelming majority of the community. Abu Bakr radiyallahu ta'ala anhu was succeeded by Umar, radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, and the latter by Uthman radiyallahu ta'ala anhu. And only after Uthman's death radiyallahu ta'ala anhu was Ali elected radiyallahu ta'ala anhu to the caliphate. There was, as I knew well even in my Iranian days, nothing evil or wicked about Ali's three predecessors. They were undoubtedly the greatest and noblest figures of Islamic history after the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and had for many years been among his most intimate companions. And they were certainly not usurpers. Having been elected by the people in the free exercise of the right accorded to them by Islam, it was not their assumption of power but rather Ali's and his followers' unwillingness to accept wholeheartedly the results of those popular elections that led to the subsequent struggles for power, to Ali's death and to the transformation, under the fifth Caliph Muawiyah, of the original republican form of the Islamic State into a hereditary kingship, and ultimately to Hussein's death at Karbala. Yes, I had known all this before I came to Iran, but here I was struck by the boundless emotion which that old, tragic tale of 13 centuries ago could still arouse among the Iranian people whenever the names of Ali, Hassan, or Hussein were mentioned. I began to wonder, was it the innate melancholy of the Iranians and their sense of the dramatic that had caused them to embrace the Shia doctrine? Or was it the tragic quality of the latter's origin that had led to this intense Iranian melancholy? By degrees, over a number of months, a startling answer took shape in my mind. When in the middle of the 7th century, the armies of Caliph Umar radiyallahu ta'ala anhu conquered the ancient Sasanian Empire, bringing Islam with them, Iran's Zoroastrian cult had already long been reduced to rigid formalism and was thus unable to oppose effectively the dynamic new idea that had come from Arabia. But at the time when the Arab conquest burst upon it, Iran was passing through a period of social and intellectual ferment which seemed to promise a national regeneration. This hope of an inner, this hope of an inner, organic revival was shattered by the Arab invasion, and the Iranians, abandoning their own historic line of development, henceforth accommodated themselves to the cultural and ethical concepts that had been brought in from outside. The advent of Islam represented in Iran, as in so many other countries, a tremendous social advance. It destroyed the old Iranian caste system and brought into being a new community of free equal people. It opened new channels for cultural energies that had long lain dormant and inarticulate. But with all this, the proud descendants of Darius and Xerxes could never forget that the historical continuity of their national life, the organic connection between their yesterday and today, had suddenly been broken. A people whose innermost character had found its expression in the Baroque dualism of the Zand religion and its almost pantheistic worship of the four elements, air, water, fire, and earth, was now faced with Islam's austere, uncompromising monotheism and its passion for the absolute. The transition was too sharp and painful to allow the Iranians to subordinate their deeply rooted national consciousness to the supranational concept of Islam. In spite of their speedy and apparently voluntary acceptance of the new religion, they subconsciously equated the victory of the Islamic idea with Iran's national defeat, and the feeling of having been defeated and irrevocably torn out of the context of their ancient cultural heritage, a feeling desperately intense for all its vagueness, was destined to corrode their national self-confidence for centuries to come. Unlike so many other nations to whom the acceptance of Islam gave almost immediately a most positive impulse to further cultural development, the Iranians' first, and in a way most durable, reaction to it was one of deep humiliation and repressed resentment. The resentment had to be repressed and smothered in the dark folds of the subconscious, for in the meantime Islam had become Iran's own fate. But in their hatred of the Arabian conquest, the Iranians instinctively resorted to what psychoanalysis describes as overcompensation. They began to regard the fate brought to them by their Arabian conquerors as something that was exclusively their own. They did it but subtly transforming the rational, unmystical God consciousness of the Arabs into its very opposite, mystical fanaticism and somber emotion. A faith which to the Arab was presence and reality, and a source of composure and freedom, evolved in the Iranian mind into a dark longing for the supernatural and symbolic. The Islamic principle of God's ungraspable transcendency was transfigured into the mystical doctrine, for which there were many precedents in pre-Islamic Iran, of God's physical manifestation in especially chosen mortals who would transmit this divine essence to their descendants. To such a tendency, an espousal of the Shia doctrine offered a most welcome channel, for there could be no doubt that the Shiite veneration, almost deification of Ali and his descendants, concealed the germ of the idea of God's incarnation and continual reincarnation, an idea entirely alien to Islam, but very close to the Iranian heart. It had been no accident that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam died without having nominated a successor and, indeed, refused to nominate one when a suggestion to that effect was made shortly before his death. By his attitude he intended to convey firstly that the spiritual quality of prophethood was not something that could be inherited, and secondly, that the future leadership of the community should be the outcome of free election by the people themselves and not of an ordination by the prophet, which would naturally have been implied as designation of a successor. And thus he deliberately ruled out the idea that the community's leadership could ever be anything but secular or could be in the nature of an apostolic succession. But this was precisely what the Shia doctrine aimed at. It not only insisted, in clear contradiction to the spirit of Islam, on the principle of apostolic succession, but reserved that succession exclusively to the Prophet's seed, that is, to his cousin and son-in-law Ali and his lineal descendants. This was entirely in tune with the mystical inclinations of the Iranians, but when they enthusiastically joined the camp of those who claimed that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam spiritual essence lived on in Ali radiyallahu ta'ala anhu and the latter's descendants, the Iranians did not merely satisfy a mystical desire. There was yet another, subconscious motivation for their choice. If Ali radiyallahu ta'ala anhu was the rightful heir and successor of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the three caliphs who preceded him must obviously have been usurpers, and among them had been Umar radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, that same Umar who had conquered Iran. The national hatred of the conqueror of the Sasanian Empire could now be rationalized in terms of religion, the religion that had become Iran's own. Umar had deprived Ali and his sons Hassan and Hussein of their divinely ordained right of succession to the Caliphate of Islam, and thus had opposed the will of God. Consequently, in obedience to the will of God, Ali's party was to be supported. Out of a national antagonism, a religious doctrine was born. In the Iranian enthronement of the Shia doctrine, I discerned a mute protest against the Arabian conquest of Iran. Now I understood why the Iranians cursed Umar with a hatred far more bitter than that reserved for the other two usurpers, Abu Bakr and Usman. From the doctrinal point of view, the first caliph, Abu Bakr, should have been regarded as the principal transgressor, but it was Umar who had conquered Iran. This then was the reason for the strange intensity with which the house of Ali was venerated in Iran. Its cult represented a symbolic act of Iranian revenge on Arabian Islam, which stood so uncompromisingly against the deification of any human personality, including that of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. True, the Shia doctrine had not originated in Iran. There were Shiite groups in other Muslim lands as well, but nowhere else had it achieved so complete a hold over the people's emotions and imagination. When the Iranians gave passionate vent to their mourning over the deaths of Ali, Hassan, and Hussein, they wept not merely over the destruction of the house of Ali, but also over themselves and the loss of their ancient glory. They were a melancholy people, those Iranians. Their melancholy was reflected even in the Iranian landscape, in the endless stretches of fallow land, the lonely mountain paths and highways, the widely scattered villages of mud houses, the flocks of sheep which were driven in the evening in grey-brown waves to the well. In the cities life dripped in slow, incessant drops, without industry or gaiety. Everything seemed to be shrouded in dreamy veils, and each face had a look of indolent waiting. One never heard music in the streets. If in the evening a Tatar stable boy broke into a song in a caravanserai, one involuntarily pricked up one's ears in astonishment. Publicly only the many dervishes sang, and they always sang the same ancient, tragic ballads about Ali, Hassan, and Hussein. Death and tears wove around those songs and went like heavy wine to the heads of the listeners. A terror of sadness, but of a willingly, almost greedily accepted sadness, seemed to lie over these people. On summer evenings in Tehran you could see men and women crouching motionless by the watercourses that ran along both sides of the streets under the shadow of the huge elm trees. They sat and stared into the flowing water. They did not talk to one another. They only listened to the gurgling of the water and let the rustling of the tree branches pass over their heads. Whenever I saw them, I had to think of David's psalm. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, yeah, we wept. They sat by the side of the watercourses like huge, dumb, dark birds, lost in silent contemplation of the flowing water. Were they thinking a long, long drawn-out thought which belonged to them, and to them alone? Were they waiting? For what? And David sang, "We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof." Section 3. Come, Zad, let us go. And I put Ali Agha's letter into my pocket and rise to say goodbye to Az-Zughaibi. But he shakes his head. No, brother, let Zad stay here with me for a while. If thou art too niggardly to tell me all that has befallen thee during these past months, let him tell me the story in thy stead. Or dost thou think thy friends no longer care about what happens to thee? End of chapter 9.